This video contains gratuitous use of profanity
and uncomfortable pauses to compensate for lack of professionalism and original thought.
Viewer discretion advised.
Oh shit! Mud shark. You're not a mud shark. You're barely even a fish.
This is a Pink Podcast.
This is fucked up.
Win by 2, they're actually a podcast out of Philadelphia.
Who knows Win by 2 radio?
Where's John Di Caprio? Did he ask about me?
Fuck Karl! He's effectively done in this business. On the podcast, catching people like Dr. Mingo.
So I'm a dumb guy.
I'm hoping John Di Caprio is, but...
Take your fucking ball off, Barry!
Like, let me guess, does he attack everyone?
I'm gonna be yelling at him the whole time tonight. Your show sucks!
this video.
Can we play the goddamn music? I mean, for fuck's sake. Wow. Dramatic pause. Jesus Christ. Hi! Welcome into the show. I'm too fucking loud. Things are all over the place. Hey, let me get on screen here. Hi! Yikes. Might as well just stay off screen. Nope, we're going off cam once more. God damn it. God damn it. You know, you work and you work and you work to put on a production of sorts just for it to not fucking work. So you know what? We might go cameraless today. That might be the move. We'll just go cameraless. I think that's what we're leaning towards. Just selling the cameras. Again, people have gotten spoiled with podcasting, bringing videos into the mix. Podcasts are supposed to be an audio-only thing, like the radio, you know? People have gotten so fucking spoiled. Now you gotta have a fucking camera, and it's gotta be 4K, and it's gotta be level, and it's gotta be in sync with your mouth. And you know, Jesus Christ, man, there's so many fucking rules to this thing. I mean, do I dare go back on cam? Let's check it. Let's check it. I might throw my fist through a wall today. Nope, that ain't gonna do it. Wow. Epic failures all around here this morning. Well, hopefully everyone's having a great Wednesday. Better than mine. No, it started off as a good Wednesday, to be honest with you, but as we move closer towards hitting go live, there's always something that's happening. And again, we will be back in the mothership very, very soon, where things just work properly, and you know, you don't got to worry about things not working. So look, we might just, again, be looking at a space background today and just be hearing my vocals. It might be the purest form of podcasting here. No one is doing this in 2025, I can assure you that. ASMR, Hackverse meets ASMR, I think is what we're going to do today. So without any further ado, let's get fucking started. So I seem to be crooked, right? Well, we're going to try it. God damn it, look at that. Look at the crookedness. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm tripping. Welcome into the fuck. I'm sweating profusely. This is amazing. Welcome into the show, guys. How is everyone doing? The great Cheesening is upon us here today. I'm very excited for. We got grown men, grown fatherly men. Aaron, that is more specifically, getting so desperate to the point where he's eating Velveeta cheese. It's a sight to behold. If you haven't seen the clip already, this was yesterday morning, SteelToe. As of about a half hour ago, our good pal Aaron, though, was struggling for the goal. He was about $140 some odd away from that good old goal. But, you know, probably rest assured, he probably had a few pay pigs come in to hit that. So I'm not even going to check in on this morning's SteelToe. My main concern, again, is grown men eating cheese. So that is what we're going to be watching here today. And also, too, I played Rooster from Alice in Chains. Not because I really like that song. I mean, typically songs that are over 5 minutes, I start to lose interest. I mean, really, I start to lose interest after 3.5 minutes. I come from a punk rock, pop punk-ish background where songs are typically about 2.5 to like 3.5 minutes. So again, an Alice in Chains song that's 7 minutes long, I start to lose interest at about the 4-minute mark. So I don't play that because I absolutely love Alice in Chains. I love roosters. I love birds. It has nothing to do with any of that. I play that song because we're going to listen to a karaoke version of Alice in Chains, The Rooster. And it's, again, none other than, Minnesota's own Velveeta-eating man, cucked individual, Aaron Imholte. So we're going to dive into that. We have Nick. Last time we left you, Nick Rekieta was set to do a live stream, his big return, first stream Nick had done in months. I mean, he's popped up on streams here and there. He's on Dick Masterson's show. He's on a bunch of different shows. This Little Piggy with Melton. He's getting ready to do Hackamania. And as it sat on Saturday, well, Nick was getting ready to be sentenced to about a 28-day stay in the county jail. Give it up for criminals. You gotta love them, man. You gotta love people who just break the law. So also, Nick also got the 80 hours of community service and about 5 years probation. That's the last we left him. And he was getting ready to do a show. First time he had done a show in months. And we have that return footage here today. I don't see a lot of people going over it. I mean, a few people are. But there's a couple key things I want to point out in that show. One of which, I think Nick blatantly lies about the amount of time. Now, I got to be careful here because, look, I've always been on record to say SteelToe Aaron and Nick are a lot similar, in a lot of ways. They're very similar. You know, they're both narcissistic individuals. They both lie. They both hate their wives. They both hate their families. They're just miserable individuals. You know, you don't just start swinging and doing mountains of cocaine because you're happy. So Nick, I mean, really, and Aaron are a lot alike. But Aaron, you see him boasting this past week, and this is what really grinds my gears, is you see this motherfucker cheering, laughing, and applauding at the fact that, I mean, I don't even know what he's applauding for. I mean, Nick's return stream, the last I checked, is closing in, if not has surpassed 60,000 views. I mean, that's a hell of a return stream. And he's made, close to probably $2,000, which is like a month, or maybe not a month, but like a week's worth of SteelToe goals. So it's like, who is actually winning here? The answer is no one. Neither of them. Both are criminals. Both are actually criminals. So, I don't care. You can make all the money in the world. You could have 60,000 views. You're not winning whatsoever. You're just ridiculous. But I caught Nick lying. I mean, just blatantly lying about the amount of times he's used cocaine live on stream and drugs and substances altogether. The answer that he gives, it's astounding. Because we started covering Nick last Easter, right around, give or take, a few days. Maybe a little bit before that. But like actually covering Nick, because we had covered Nick in the hot tub stream, I think right around the end of January of 24. But that was, Aaron was included, April was included. As far as just Nick, I think we started to get into him at the tail end of March of last year. And there was many times from when I started to cover him where the dude was, I mean, just lit up. I mean, I think that was one of my first streams about Nick was like, he's a pillhead, I believe is the title. He's a pillhead. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Drinking here this morning. You should be too. Fill up your beverages if you haven't already. Drinking a nice vodka punch this morning. I mean, it's not even 12 o'clock yet. But it's going to be a doozy nonetheless. I want to get into a lot of these Nick things. He's showing up everywhere. He's actually streaming right now, doing the Karen Reed second trial. He's getting right back into things, right where you're picking up right where you left off, as if nothing's happened. Now that begs the question, how does one, like, I'm all for second chances, man, but, when you got a guy like Nick, I know a lot of people want to point to his kids having cocaine showed up in their system, and that is bad. Don't get me wrong. That is a horrible thing. But I think there's a lot of other worse things Nick has done. I mean, the kid thing, trust me, is pretty fucking terrible. I just think Nick overall is just a shitty individual. But we're going to get into all of that. Nick, Aaron, Gino, Bisconti has somehow taken SteelToe's path in just chalking things up to victories now. I didn't know podcasting, and maybe this is just me, but I didn't know podcasting was, like, people are keeping score of wins and losses, and, you have a record. You hear Gino the last few days after this Nick, I guess, verdict or whatever the case is, the sentence. Gino's out there, him and Keanu. I mean, I've never seen two homeless people, two bums, celebrate more than these two over the simple fact that Gino was right. I mean, you see Gino all over Twitter. I mean, at least I did. You see this guy, Gino, posting, Gino was right. What he was right about, I have no idea. Because, again, we went over this, on the last show or the show before. How Gino is, I mean, pretty much wrong in every facet of his life. But somehow he's chalked up this Nick thing as a win. It's very bizarre. I think what we're watching, and look, Gino is an out of it, shot out, wet-brained Nimrod. But I think he's actually taken it a step further. I think it's worse. I mean, I really do think the man is adrift. His mind has exited his body. He no longer is able to think. Like, he just very reactive. He doesn't think about what he says. He just says it. It's insane. It really is insane. So we have a 22-minute clip from Gino, which I would love to dive into here at the top of the show. There's so much other things I want to get into, but this goddamn camera is going to piss me off all day. Well, hopefully everyone's having a good Wednesday, a great Wednesday, that is, this past since we last left each other on Easter. Kanye West, we found out Kanye West, if people aren't keeping up with the news, Kanye West came out on Twitter this past week. And this is a brave man to do this. Kanye West it's come out that Kanye West was sucking his male cousin's peen. Congrats, Kanye. Seriously, the bravery that takes. And that's what I want from a lot of these guys, really. You know, I'm always calling them gay. I'm always throwing tomatoes at their virtual faces and accusing them of being flaming homosexuals. You know, I never once thought Kanye would ever do that. And then it comes out that Kanye actually had relations, allegedly, with Jeffree Star. You know, that's what I want for a lot of these individuals. Just to, admit that you sucked your 14-year-old cousin's wang for years and enjoyed it. Melton, Moody, Karl, Ray, Chad. The list goes on and on and on. A lot of closets around these parts. A lot of closeted individuals around these parts. If you haven't already picked up on that. So I just want to say congratulations to Kanye West, man. And just what a brave soul. What a brave, unique soul Kanye is to do that. And on Twitter, too. I mean, he's really risking a lot, when he's doing that. There's just so much shit to do. I want to fix this camera. And while I do, I want to introduce, for us, he would be a new character here on this show. I want to introduce a new guy by the name of Thomas Myers. This guy, I do have to say, Tom Myers, he started sniping SteelToe. He's a comic out of Baltimore, Maryland. He likes the Baltimore Orioles and the Ravens. Sports' worst teams, by the way. And Tom Myers has picked up the gauntlet, or picked up the mantle, and is now running with sniping SteelToe. We're going to watch him snipe SteelToe from this morning. He's trying to take my gig, trying to move in on my territory. Tom, ain't going to happen. We're going to judge Tom Myers to see how good, how great, if he's a true sniper, if he should be behind the barrel of a 50 cal, locked and loaded, ready to go every day. Spoiler alert, he's not. Come on, it's Tom fucking Myers. I caught this motherfucker again today. Really putting it to SteelToe, really, being a wordsmith and cutting down SteelToe at every turn. It really is incredible as Tom Myers' character. So I'd like to dive into that, if you'd allow me to. If you see me looking frantic, if you see me doing a million different things, I am frantic. I am wigging out right now due to a lot of things, but we will power through. We will do a show. We'll be here for the next 4+ hours, so strap in. Like I said, refill your beverages. There's Chad stuff. There's Chrissie Mayr stuff. Little nightmare. I didn't even know this too. So Chrissy had put out she was on this journey, this crowdfunded journey to build a new studio. She had a crowdfunded, GoFundMe, if you will, $5,000, and we're gonna see what we hadn't covered this on the show. I think I had taken one of my breaks that I've taken this year in 2025, so I wasn't around to cover Chrissie Mayr's new studio, or lack thereof, and her new, spin-off show called Nightmare. She had Anthony Cumia on, and the two get into a lot of dirt, which we're going to get into here at the top of the show. But I'd like to start off with this Tom Myers character, and if you allow me to, fix my goddamn camera. So without further ado, like I said, I caught Tom Myers this morning sniping SteelToe like he's been doing. He's been doing this now for a couple of weeks. And I really do think Tom he's probably one of the worst people to ever do it. But, that's neither here or there. We're going to see what he's got. We're going to judge him here on today's show. I've never covered this Tom Myers character. But again, when you start moving in on my territory, Tom, you must pay a fee. You must pay a fee. Let's show you Tom here from this morning covering SteelToe. We'll go to Tom's page. We'll go live. I'm gonna see what he's got. So first, I just want to show you the title of this show reads, I'm back. God, a lot of people are taking breaks. I'm back live, exclamation point. Dash, Dabbleverse Wrestling Recap. Wednesday morning live stream. 4/23/25. Excellent stuff, Tom. Excellent stuff. Cool title. People, I will say people love a long title. People really love a long title. We're going to show you another long title from a guy named Blind Mike coming up here on the show. These people, I guess, are just, they don't know how to title anything. They just literally type out paragraphs in their title. I mean, Blind Mike's title of his show is like Tim Dillon, Karen Reed, and Opie, Kill Tony, and more. Meet Joe Rogan and SteelToe Morning Show equals C powered squared to the fifth. It's like, why don't you just call it comedy hacks or I mean, something simple? I mean, just tie it up in a bow. You'll notice that a lot of these people are typing in paragraphs in their title. But anyway, that's the least of our concerns here with Tom Myers. Tom Myers, I mean, against versus the rest of the world, I believe, is one of his podcast shows. And again, this is a new guy who's covering SteelToe. So let's see what he's got. Tommy? So he's not on cam for the first, I mean, I'd say what? We're scrolling this timeline here. For about 4 minutes. Please stand by just because. No music, So this is cool. Let's see what he's got. Here he is.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo. What's going on?
I'm back, everybody.
He's back. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This would be my only live stream of the week. My only planned live stream of the week. So let's make this good.
I mean, I'm in for it, man. I'm here for it.
It is good. You know why? Because I woke up to a nice little notification in my PayPal. Skinny Chad. Have a good show, Tom. What a great way to jumpstart my day.
$5. I mean, look, as far as jump and start and days go, as far as getting your day started off on the right foot, $5 into PayPal will set a guy off in the right direction. A guy like Tom Myers, I mean, this guy lives for the next $5. You give Tom Myers $5, you can get him to do anything. So, I mean, this guy wasn't probably even going to do a live stream until this guy, Skinny Chad, gave him $5. And he's like, you know what? The fans need me. The people need me. I must go on and speak my mind. So let's see what he's got. Tom, $5. $5 Tom. $2 Tim.
We have both Mint Diggity and Michaela.
Oh, doxed.
In my chat asking me to unblock MGD on I think on YouTube here. I went ahead and checked earlier. I don't have her blocked on. I don't think I have her blocked on YouTube. That's the problem. I tried looking at my list.
I love typing sounds, by the way. It's very peaceful. So this is the show here.
But yeah, I think
this is the next guy taking down
the
SteelToe.
reason I blocked her is because she was kind of trolling people on here, and she just got not very nice. But and I think she was the one running to SteelToe about, oh, here's all this stuff about Tom you should do. Here's all this stuff about him you should do. But I mean, listen, if Mint Diggity and Michaela want me to unblock her, I will go ahead and do that.
It's a man of the people, folks.
For Mint Diggity and Michaela, I will do my best.
So this is the show. We're starting off here. We're starting off with the show. Again, he got 5. He wasn't even going to do a stream today, but he got 5 from Skinny Chad, which after PayPal takes its fee, it's about, $4.32. So for $4.32, Tom jolted out of his bed, made himself a nice cup of coffee, grabbed his sniper from his gun safe, and got ready and reported for duty. But to start the show, he's talking about who's banned in the chat, who's not banned in the chat. There's a little drama amongst some of our chatters, Michaela, Mint Diggity, MGD, and we're trying to just get to the bottom of it. Trying to figure out the best course of action. Should we unban MGD? We're going to leave it up to a group vote here. Mind you, there's like 4 people. It'll be a very quick group vote. So let's just see what he's got. Mind you, he doesn't get the SteelToe. I mean, this is a 45-minute stream here. He doesn't get the SteelToe to the tail end. And that's what we're watching for, basically. All this is just nonsensical filler. But I want to see what he's got. This is the first time I'm giving him an honest shot here. Tom Myers.
We'll go ahead and do that.
By the way, real quick, Aaron the Rat. By the way, Aaron the Rat. We're speaking about Aaron Imholte eating the Velveeta cheese. I mean, his transformation into becoming a rat, it's insane. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Aaron Imholte is basically one step away, if not all the way completed to being a rat. It's insane. Just look at my thumbnail. For 8 months, says, I gave my cousin... Oh, shit. I gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head! Catchy tune, he says. I'd say. Thank you for the 8 months. Let's keep watching Mr. Myers.
Anytime. MGD is a good egg, says Michaela. Well, for Mint Diggity and Michaela, I can go ahead and do that because they helped kickstart my April off quite nicely with a nice little $50 in the old Venmo.
Mind you, it's April 23rd today. Tom's talking about the first of the month. He got a 50 spot. And that was like the biggest thing that happened to Tom in April was this $50. I mean, maybe he might be the best guy ever to like stretch money out through the course of 3 weeks. I mean, that is a skill. To stretch $50 out in 3 weeks is actually quite the skill.
As well as Doghouse Riley. He actually contributed a little before the start of the month of April, but
that's cool.
It was a nice little donation. It was a nice little gift.
Rad.
So I'll go ahead and grandfather him in. And of course, you can always support Oddly Funny Productions. They're a proud sponsor of me. They're a proud sponsor of my podcast, Tom Myers versus the Rest of the World, as well as this very channel. Go ahead and give them a shout out. Go ahead and give them some support. Go ahead and show them some.
Give them a shout out? Why would I want to give Oddly Funny Productions anything? They don't sponsor me, Tom Myers. I mean, what is happening here?
Love. The appreciation is mutual, Mint Diggity. You can support the show via my Venmo and PayPal. The PayPal link is pinned. It's in the link is in the
Rumble
pinned
Rants
tweet at the top of this little chat right here.
Wow. This guy really has nothing. You could hear everything that's happening because he's not saying anything. You can hear so much of what's going on. You even hear this motherfucker swallow and gulp. This motherfucker's about to gulp for us. Check this out.
Chat right here.
Guys?
Top of this little chat right here.
Guys. The motherfucker is gulping.
The top of this little chat right here.
the podcaster's gulp. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. This is unbelievable. If you don't see the hilarity in hearing somebody go, then I don't know what to tell you. To me, that's amazing.
This little chat right here.
Wow.
And so I might not do a very, very
this guy's a comedian, by the way.
Long stream today. We shall see. Speaking of showing some love and showing some support.
Now, I'm serious. I wanted to give Tom an actual shot here because guys like Karl and, all those other nerds like to poke fun at this guy, Tom Myers. I want to see what he really has. This is what he's got. He's gulping and typing and stoked about 432.
Go ahead and give a shout out, or I'm going to go ahead and shout out, but go ahead and subscribe to Liam McInnes' channel.
So now we're shouting out other streamers. I mean, this is the show.
Pop Culture Dumpster. I know he's trying to get his channel.
I mean, I just can't. I can't sit through nothing. So we're just going to scrub this little timeline here. Let's see what Tom has at 1430. Let's see if anything changes. Let's see if his energy's picked up. You're talking about all these people giving you money. You'd think you would perk up. And if you can't, if you're physically, incapable of actually perking up, then maybe, consider Adderall. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so don't take any medical advice from me, but I actually never have said that about anybody. Like, they should probably take Adderall. I'm always advising against that sort of thing. But in this case, I'd recommend a heavy dose of amphetamine salts. I mean, seriously. I mean, unless, you're about to do some backflips for us right here at 1430, but I doubt it. But let's see, Tom Myers.
Season passed. Then there was just a drought and they just sucked. So it was a little reminiscent. It's a little reminiscent of that time. Although, I think, what was it? It wasn't last year. I think it was the year before. They were on this downward spiral, and then they came back and then made it to the playoffs. Of course, they didn't. I don't think they made it past the wild card round. They haven't won a playoff game. So.
I love me some wild card talk. Hey, when I turn on a comedy podcast, there's nothing more that I like to hear than wild card speak. Seriously, between that and your gulps, you got me. So we're just gonna keep scrubbing. Let's see what he's got. Oh, he's come across this Dabbleverse wrestling thing here, and he's floored over this. Gummy Chainsaw puts together these WWE wrestling matches, these video game WWE wrestling matches, and Gummy Chainsaw, he or she, I don't know what Gummy Chainsaw actually is, the animal that is the chainsaw, will take, a top, have them wrestle. It was cool. He's been doing it for about 6 months now. It was awesome when we first saw it. Tom is, I guess, just now discovering this, and he's floored.
For now, Mint Diggity, for now. This is a pretty sweet jam right here.
This is a pretty sweet jam. I mean, what?
ATM KB looking realistic. Nailed it.
Okay, let's just see when he covers SteelToe here, because it feels like I'm actually watching. Yeah, I hate to even use this, but I feel like I'm watching paint actually physically dry. So again, this is what he's been doing now. He's been, again, moving in on my turf, trying to snipe SteelToe. Let's see if he's any good. Up to this point, I'd say probably not. But, stranger things have happened. He might get naked here and start doing, cartwheels and naked karaoke. I mean, I don't know. He might do something that's going to blow our fucking skulls. Let's see what happens.
There's a family unit.
Fun for the whole
Yeah,
family.
it's like in Back to the Future where they were all watching Jackie Gleason or the Honeymooners or whatever. They all watch Kevin Brennan.
Yeah.
So he's covering a clip from 2.5 weeks ago.
Aaron has another state jail sentence and can't leave the state, and he thinks he won. LOL.
This is immediately following Aaron's sentencing.
Thank you.
Another win for the toe?
Yeah, I guess another. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Okay.
Let's go to this spot. Maybe this will have something fun.
What's that, KB?
That Aaron still can't say Kayla Rikiada, or or KR. And he has to duck when I say it.
Anything, Tom? I mean, we're
waiting. Full of Ray DeVito on.
I gotta get going. I have a dog.
On what?
Go out, and I have a.
That was his big take.
Ray DeVito on.
This was Tom's big take. He's been watching this now for 17 minutes, and his big take was he's pulling a Ray DeVito on, and then just stops, immediately halts.
That's a duck when I say.
I mean,
he has to pull a Ray DeVito on.
I gotta get going. I have a.
I'm perplexed
I have a
here.
dog that needs to go out.
I'm literally perplexed.
Needs attention.
Oh, it's okay.
Aaron,
I mean, anything.
Like, I don't know.
Say something. Do something. Okay, he's ended the stream, and we hear another gulp.
Aaron, like, I don't know. I didn't read ahead on this.
Wow.
Okay.
Tom, it would probably be in your best interest when you're going to start gulping to, one, try to do silent gulps. Work on silent gulps. Or two, mute your mic. I mean, these gulps are ridiculous, dude.
Aaron, like, I don't know. I didn't read ahead on this.
It's all wet and moist, his gulps are. I mean, very just wet.
Okay. I mean, that clip was pretty much nothing there.
Oh, cool. We watched a clip that was nothing. That's, I mean, seriously. Dope. Glad you showed us.
So, yeah.
Now he's
actually, let's see what he's up to today.
Okay. This is going to live look in this morning from SteelToe. Let's see what he's got. Tom Myers. This is it.
Come on.
This is your chance. Come on, Tom. I believe in you, kid.
What have we got here?
Smacking his keyboards. Tommy, 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 Tommy.
Why do you
These clicks, it's driving me up a wall.
Because he's gay.
Because everything about him is about.
Oh, so we're live looking to SteelToe.
Nancy Mace sees people in a single layer. She sees me and she sees the people of my community one way. She feels that we owe her something because she voted yay for gay marriage.
So Tom immediately, and I've noticed Tom do this thing too, and a lot of guys do this. Chad Zumock, I was watching yesterday, do like pretty much the exact same thing. Where Chad yesterday calls Coach Scott, Aaron's gym, the head of Aaron's gym, and he was going to like troll Coach Scott, but instead, him and Coach Scott, after the 8-minute conversation, became fucking best pals. You see a lot of these guys start to do this where they're like sniping something or they're watching something and they want to give a critique, they want to troll it, but they wind up falling into this trap where they just start watching the thing that they're going to shit on and start enjoying it. It's actually quite the spectacle. So Tom puts on SteelToe from this morning, gets ready to do his best sniping, putting on his big sniping hat, ready to take some shots at Aaron, but instead of taking any shots, he sits in complete silence and is like enjoying the show, is like agreeing with this CNN article. Like, yeah, you know what? You know, the blacks aren't, or they really are out of control these days. I do agree with this. Oh man, SteelToe's a great show.
She sees me and she sees the people of my community one way. She feels that we owe her something because she voted yay for gay marriage. We don't know her.
What are you, a
anything.
Democrat in the black community? Am I right?
The questions that we actually have. When are you putting out your schedule for an actual town hall? When are you going to fight for the people of South Carolina?
So he's literally
she doesn't do what
just
you
watching.
want. She's not fighting for the people of South Carolina. I hate that loaded bullshit. When are you going to fight for the people of South Carolina? You mean like the people of the previous administration left out after a
This is
hurricane?
insane.
Or do you mean like
He hasn't said
people like
anything.
you? Because if
Nothing.
he does something for them,
Not
I
even a
would argue
gulp.
that's still doing something.
He's not even typing aggressively. Do something, Tom. Something.
Balls deep with
Punch yourself.
Wow, what a hot
Take
take.
your mic. Oh, finally we got. I mean, after about 3 minutes of watching SteelToe, we finally have a remark, a comment from the great Tom Myers.
Balls deep with
And it is.
Wow, what a hot take.
Talk about a sick fucking own. Wow, that is a burn. I don't know how SteelToe will ever come back from that. I don't know how Aaron Imholte will ever recover. His internet career is, I mean, effectively done after that remark from Tom. What's he say again? Wow, what a hot take.
Balls deep with 444 says.
Wow, what a hot take.
Like, and the thing is, I don't even know if he's like agreeing with him here or if he's like trying to shit on him. Like, wow, actually, that's a hot take. I never thought of it that way. I'll have to write that down and take some notes. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Wow, what a hot take.
A little 444 action there. Thank you very
What a
much.
hot take.
That's gonna put
I
us
guess
at
it is. He
20
repeats
for
himself.
today.
Awesome.
Okay,
shit.
guys. Can we get a little rally going? Can we get a little hope up in here? Up in here. 220 away from today's goal. Perhaps we can get somewhere and hammer this thing out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chat.
You blocked me, otherwise I'd go ahead and help you out there, Toe.
Etc. Etc. 220 is the number. Please and thank you. Let's see if we can keep our hot streak going as it has been in the last few weeks. Let me make sure I'm not missing a text here. I am missing a text.
Again, we all know Aaron is dog shit. We know he's the worst. He's scum. You know, Jesus spits on his corpse. But in comparison to Tom Myers' little shindig he's got going on here, Aaron might as well be, you know, Jay Leno compared to Tom Myers. I mean, this is nuts. He said maybe 10 words
in the last few weeks. Let me make sure I'm not missing a text here. I am.
It's like almost like chat. Like these guys like start watching clips and they have zero remark. They just nod along in agreement. It's really insane.
Mace should have called him the gay F word. I don't know.
I mean, Tom.
All right. We don't need to hear that shit
I guess we're done. What?
So, all right. That's pretty much all I wanted to do. I just wanted to go ahead and check in with y'all.
Just wanted to check in with y'all, you know, say nothing over clips, watch some wrestling, video games, and try to come to a conclusion of who's getting unbanned and banned in my chat rooms today. That is the extent of Tom Myers' show. I mean, the way he ends this is insane.
I don't know.
All right. We don't need to hear that shit anymore. So, all right. That's pretty much all I wanted to do. I just wanted to go ahead and check in with y'all. Thank y'all.
Rest assured, I will never be wanting to check in with y'all, okay? When I'm on, there's a lot of shit pent up that I need to get off my chest. Checking in is not one of those things. I mean, save it for, a daily vlog or a journal or get a fucking friend. I mean, what is going on?
Pretty much all I wanted to do. I just wanted to go ahead and check in with y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. A little rusty today, but
at least he admitted it. He's a little rusty. Brian says another win for the toe. I mean, you're goddamn right, Brian. You're goddamn right. All right, there it is. Tom Myers, ladies and gentlemen. First time debuting here on this show. Incredible stuff from the legend that is Myers. I want to cover a little bit of Karl here. What Karl was up to this past Easter break. And I want to touch on a little bit of blind Mike stuff here. Nothing crazy, just a couple quick small ones to get us into the flow of things. This I saw on Reddit, on the Hack First Anonymous Reddit from, I believe, Fractal Synth, who I've always been a huge proponent of Fractal Synth's clips, song parodies, and everything else Fractal Synth likes to do. He puts out a song, Karl being the main focus here. It's called Piazza Sumi. And I just thought this was good to get us into the Karl mood here. So let's check it out. This is from Fractal Synth over on the Hackverse Reddit. Karl! I'm going to refill my beverage. You should probably do the same thing. And we'll get back. We'll dive into Karl.
Karl's gay. Piazza sue me. Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. All the paninis and the Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. Piazza sue me. Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. All the paninis and the Piazza sue me. He can hobnob all he wants with Cumia. He's gay. He's a gay man. It's a fact. That's like saying Stevie doesn't smoke pot. He does. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. Piazza sue me. Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. All the paninis and the Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. Piazza sue me. Piazza sue me. Karl's gay. Karl's gay. All the paninis and the Piazza sue me. He can hobnob all he wants with Cumia. He's gay. He's a gay man. It's a fact. That's like saying Stevie doesn't smoke pot. He does.
All right, so there you have it. Fractal Synth. Sorry, I was refilling my beverage. Fractal Synth over on Reddit with Karl is gay. Again, you know, I suspect this to be the truth of the matter here from Karl. Let's dive into what Karl was up to over the weekend on Easter Sunday. Mind you, the rise of the Lord. What was Karl up to? You know, while everyone was out, you know, having nice ham dinner, you know, I cooked up a nice turkey and enjoyed a nice turkey dinner. You know, you're out, well, whether you know you're Catholic or Christian or not, or believe in God or not. I mean, you're probably doing something, eating a big dinner or just having, you know, a good time with the fam, or, you know, maybe nothing at all and just going to the bar at the very least. Not Karl though. Karl was, I guess, had to do a punishment for one of his shows called The Creep Off. I don't even know how this even is a thing, but I guess if they lose on their show, they got to pay up in punishment form. And this came in the form of Karl having to stream on Easter and not just do like a show about Tom Myers or SteelToe or, you know, Donkey Lips or anything like that. No. Karl did a watch along of The Joker 2. Folie Dieu. Mind you, this movie came out about 6 months ago. The movie sucked, but Karl was sitting there, had to watch it 3 times, and it got actually removed from YouTube due to copyright infringement. It turns out you can't just go on YouTube and watch movies. You would think a nerd like Karl would have known that, and maybe did like a Rumble exclusive. This was from Misery Loves Clips. I actually got to watch it in live time. Karl just seemed miserable. There wasn't really any reactions either. He just was saying about how he just didn't like the movie, The Joker 2. It's like, no shit. I mean, I don't think anybody liked that movie. Maybe one person, maybe Tom Myers enjoyed The Joker 2. That movie happened to be probably one of the worst movies. Outside of Green Lantern, I'm talking about superhero movies or supervillain movies. Outside of the Green Lantern, Joker 2 probably is right there. Karl's creep off consequence watching Joker 2. If you want to watch a terrible movie, here's your chance. I had to watch Joker 2 3 times. I mean, it's just insane, I guess, that this is what Karl was doing on Easter. I mean, you couldn't have put it off to the next day. You had to go on Easter. So Karl gets his stream taken down, the creep off taken down. You cannot view this stream whatsoever. I want to get into Karl's butt buddy, though. It's just a quick little Karl update. I want to get into Karl's little butt buddy, not Blind Mike Geary. Now, I've been covering this guy off and on for the better part of probably 6 months or so. I've actually came and probably broke the case or broke the story that Blind Mike Geary isn't actually blind. And you just have to ask yourself, if he is truly blind, how is he watching clips? How is he pausing? How is he setting up his studio? And furthermore, my conclusion really was solidified by when he was on this Your Mom's House production, this Lauren Chicks podcast. It's called like First Date. And the entire time, the whole object of this show is you have this chick Lauren, and all she does is essentially is just show her tits off to the male guests, and she asks them like the male guests like dating questions, and to see if like you're a good first date material, essentially, or what you would do on first dates and how you would handle certain situations. And what really threw me for a loop is when Blind Mike the entire time was like mesmerized by this chick's tits. It's like, well, I thought if you were blind, how are you seeing anything? You should be walking with a walking stick, Blind Mike, you see. I know quite a few blind people, and all of them have walking sticks or dogs, or both. They have service pets or a giant long stick to make sure they don't walk into a pole or walk into traffic, God forbid. I mean, not Blind Mike, though. The guy, I mean, lives as if everything's fine, like a fully abled, fully seeing guy like myself. So again, I question it, and furthermore, like I said, I think, if true, first of all, we should have to, Blind Mike, you should have to show us a doctor's note that you're actually not this whole partially blind, part blind. I can actually see, but it's like technically I'm losing eyesight in one of my eyes. No. When you say you're blind, you must be blind. Blind. Like you can't see at all. Like you open your eyes and it's pitch black. That's blind to me. Not like, oh, I can't really, I need glasses. No. That don't count. So again, we're going to need to see a doctor's note from this character. Otherwise, it's one of the biggest grifts, I think, in this universe that nobody is talking about whatsoever. And I know people, oh, you don't understand, dude. You're not like a doctor, bro. Like, he's actually blind. He's a cool guy who's like actually blind. No. I'm sorry. You're drinking the Kool-Aid, It's like the whole Magic Johnson AIDS thing. Like Magic Johnson says he has AIDS, but was like the only guy back in the day who says he has AIDS and didn't die from AIDS. Everyone else who contracted AIDS back in the late 80s, early 90s, they fucking died. Not Magic Johnson. So one begs the question, did he ever have AIDS to begin with? Now, maybe he did. I don't know. To me, it just reeks of one big sloppy grift. And I know I get a lot of flack for that because people, when you talk about the blind, they seem to get really, fired up about it. But we'll look into that. We'll investigate Blind Mike's or not Blind Mike's doctors, I think, coming up here this year. But until then, Blind Mike also was streaming on Easter. Give it up for people who stream on Easter. By the way, whatever will we have done? Now, this is what I want to show you. His titles are insane. I mean, you couldn't just boil this down to comedy hacks or non-funny boobs. I mean, look at this. Look at this title: Tim Dillon and Kevin Spacey, Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton, Opie, Kill Tony vs. Story Wars, Brendan Schaub. It's like, okay, let's take this line by line. Tim Dillon and Kevin Spacey. What's Tim Dillon and Kevin Spacey? What are they doing? Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton. Again, what are they doing? It's not even like Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton team up for the first time. Tim Dillon and Kevin Spacey appear on Tim Dillon's comedy special, or pre-comedy special, which, by the way, I did get to watch Tim Dillon's I'm Not Your Mother comedy special on Netflix. I give this thing, for Tim Dillon, a guy like Tim Dillon, who a guy like Joe Rogan praises. I'm sorry, I'm giving this 3 out of 10 stars, this comedy special. It was just, first of all, he's really channeling in his, I guess, inner Chris Farley. He's really gone, I mean, almost complete Chris Farley as far as appearance goes. And furthermore, just the whole special in its entirety was basically just the political landscape and, the temperature of politics and trans. I mean, it's the same thing that Gino Bisconte does. It's literally Gino Bisconte material is what Tim Dillon was doing. Or Sam Tripoli would do. It was very poor, piss poor, in my opinion. For Netflix to host something like that, to me, it's a complete waste of fucking space on their servers. But, so anyway, Kevin Spacey appeared in Tim Dillon's promotion for this comedy special, and this is why I guess he has him in the title, but it just, I don't know. I've never seen a title like this, where it's just people. He's just naming people. Then you click to his description here. He's got some time codes, which is pretty cool, and some links. Awesome stuff. Let's see it. Blind Mike Sunday.
Ain't got no prayers had by Sunday. It's a blind day. Sunday.
We'll fast forward here.
And now, your host, a man who would never sacrifice his son for an Easter egg hunt, Blind Mike Geary.
It's true. Are we good? It sounded a little choppy. I was hearing sounded like we were buffering or something.
Oh, well, it looks good on my YouTube here.
All right, as long as we're good. Hello, folks. Could be a short one today. We'll see. I'd like to make a request of the people, because I'm a slow news week. I like to go to my muses, my Coach HPs, Alec Baldwin, Joe Matarese, the guys that really inspire me when there's nothing going on. And these fuckers don't post anymore. Coach HP barely ever posts. Matarese never posts.
So we're starting the show with Blind Mike discussing how it's been a slow week. He don't really got much. Mind you, this was the week Rekieta was sentenced. This is the, coming off of the week that SteelToe was sentenced. Like I said, Tim Dillon had just put out a comedy special. Anthony Cumia and Jim Norton just reunited the first time in radio history, the first time in 5 years on the radio, made radio history. So you got all this shit going on. Blind Mike's, there's not much going on. I wish Joe Matarese was around eating pizza so I could break that down for the 100th time. But listen to what Blind Mike's about to request. If you ever see anyone doing, this is almost Tom Myers level of what Blind Mike is about to do here. Check this out.
If you guys could submit some new people for me to look at.
If you guys could submit some new people for me to look at. Again, in translation, Blind Mike wants the people, the audience, to do the heavy work for him. He doesn't want to have to be bothered watching hours and hours and hours of material. This is what I do. I watch hours and hours. And most of the shit that I watch doesn't even make it into my fucking show. There's no excuse. Imagine, seriously, imagine if this is like, again, almost Chad-like. Who should I cover? And he puts up a poll in his chat. Who should I cover next? Ray DeVito or Tom Myers or whoever. If you don't know who to cover, what the fuck is going on?
So if you guys could submit some new people for me to look at. I'm taking applications. Please send my way. Reach out to me. Message me on Patreon or Twitter or Instagram would probably be the 3 best options to message me.
Send me a postcard in the mail. Call my personal cell phone. If you really got a hot story, bypass all that and just send me a text message. I mean, what the fuck, Blind Mike? I'm sorry, not Blind Mike. It's hard for me to get into that. Not Blind Mike. I mean, what a fucking joke. Like, you know, it's just, again, you would expect that as something like this out of guys like Tom Myers. I mean, I guess it doesn't shock me, right? Because Not Blind Mike is sitting, and I've always made this observation here, but he's sitting, I guess, inside of a closet with egg crate foam on his walls and a picture of Stevie Wonder possibly and Muhammad Ali. This is his setup. Again, I'm not one to talk right now because I'm sitting in front of a TV, but, you know. So I guess I'm not that shocked that a guy sitting in the closet is asking for pointers of who he should cover next. You ever see a host request this from their audience? Turn and run the other way. I mean, there's millions of hosts out there. There's millions of people to choose from. You don't need people you don't need to be watching people that are requesting from you. Again, my job as a viewer isn't to do the host job for them. And if it is, then guess what? I'm expecting some sort of compensation. And if I'm not, then I'm coming to your house with a tiki torch. I mean, it's remarkable that people are just allowed to get away with shit like this.
My muses, you know, my Coach HPs, Alec Baldwin, Joe Matarese, the guys that really inspire me when there's nothing going on. And these fuckers don't post anymore. Coach HP barely ever posts. Matarese never posts. So if you guys could submit some new people for me to look at, I'm taking applications. Please send my way. Reach out to me. Message me on Patreon or Twitter or Instagram would probably be the 3 best options to message me. And I'm looking for some new inspiration here because a lot of our guys are letting me down, boring me. So
some new blood.
Yeah, we need some new blood. Even like I go to GD Fenderson and he's still tremendously untalented, but it doesn't inspire me the way it used to. I need something to light a fire under me. I like even just maybe one-offs. Like I liked doing Joe Gatto last week. It seemed like people
doing the awkward podcaster's microphone touch here. Again, there's no need to touch the mic. The mic is in perfect distance from your mouth. It's set up perfectly. Why are you stroking and petting your microphone?
I like even just maybe one-offs. Like
we got a stroker, folks.
I liked doing Joe Gatto last week. It seemed like people enjoyed that. So
they loved it.
Even stuff like that. Feel free to send my way because I was feeling this week. I was just feeling a lack of inspiration. So
yeah.
Well, whose fucking fault is that? I'm feeling a lack of inspiration, so I need the audience to, you know, really pick up the slack here and start sending me shit. Fuck you, Blind Mike.
This week I was just feeling a lack of inspiration.
You lying sack of shit.
Mike, these people are much like cockroaches. When you shine the bright light upon them, they disappear right under the fridge, and we never hear from them again. So
I know I'm noticing that with Woke Dad, our friend
Yes.
Woke Dad, who's. It can't be a coincidence that he started acknowledging me and Karl and is suddenly posting less.
So when I used to look for pictures for Woke Dad, you'd put Woke Dad in, and it took a while to sort of like get to him.
Mm-hmm.
Go put Woke Dad in right now, and it's all thumbnails of all the shows. He's famous now.
It's weird. It's a strange instinct, I think, and I know the WATP guys talk about it a lot with Patrick Michael. I don't know a lot about him other than their coverage, but it's strange. Like once you start getting that attention that you thirst for, Matarese is a great example of this, where Matarese literally stopped podcasting multiple times because of shows making fun of him. First, it was Red Bar. Then it was us and Karl starting to talk about it again. Like when people start noticing them, they leave. And, you know, you got to give the guys like Stuttering John credit to kind of...
I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think Joe Matarese left the internet because the Blind Mike Project was hot on their tail. I'm pretty sure Joe Matarese had a psychotic break. I mean, what are we talking about here? You want us to believe Joe Matarese fled because you and Karl, I mean, if that is true, then Joe Matarese is, I mean, seriously, more pathetic than I could even ever imagine. But for some reason, I just feel like this is completely false.
And Karl starting to talk about him again. Like, when people start noticing them, they leave. And, you know, you got to give the guys like Stuttering John credit to kind of plow through it. He eventually left too, but, you know, to plow through it as long as... Even like Ojeda wasn't inspiring me because you have to sift through so much.
So again, we're talking about his inspirations and who he likes to cover. He's priming his audience. He's trying to show you what people to like kind of watch for. Guys like Joe Matarese and Ojeda and Stuttering John. If you guys have anybody like that, please hit my IG DMs. I'd love to watch it. I can't be bothered to do any outside work on my show. I mean, it really is pathetic.
Wonky political talk with Ojeda that it takes forever to get to a good curb stomping story, you know?
Mike's finally got to the Joey C file, and he's going to be forced to open it.
No,
it's going to be amazing.
No. I'm not going down that route, I don't think. But yeah, if you have anyone that might...
Rob Saul is still broadcasting and being annoying, if you want.
Yeah, Brian says Joe Matarese was DeVito. One of Joe Matarese's last show was with Ray DeVito, coincidentally enough. And since then, he's gone completely radio silent. I think there really is something to this DeVitoing. Anybody who gets too close, like a Icarus to the sun, they ultimately fizzle out and just vanish. I mean, just go down the list. Where's Franklin Sheckler? Where's Joe Matarese? The Tard Hunters, the Ray DeVito show. I mean, all of these things were predicated around Ray DeVito's every waking moment. And they're all gone. Well, besides Joe Matarese. Joe Matarese just was trying to figure out how to do podcasting 15 years into the biz. So he decided to team up with Ray DeVito. I mean, seriously, that serves you right for teaming up with Ray DeVito 15, 20 years into the biz. Trying to get the Ray DeVito bump. I mean, imagine being so down and just down and out that you turn to a guy like Raymond Davinsky for a bump.
If you want
is he?
more
Yeah, but he deletes his shows, doesn't he?
Yeah, we can grab them for you, though. If you would like to see them, we'll get them for you.
All right, fine. I'll take a look at Rob Saul.
And Clearwater Chat.
So, you know, I don't know who this guy is, but suggest Rob Saul would be a good cover. Now, to me, I don't think Rob Saul is a good cover whatsoever, minus the dog thing. Outside of that, it's just nonsense, filler chat talk. But Not Blind Mike is requesting, hey, I need some new people. I need some guys to watch. He gets the suggestion from for Rob Saul and then immediately shoots it down. What's like, well, then you go find it. You go find the people that you want to cover. That's the thing, man. I mean, to cover people, you have to be interested in the person you're covering. I mean, you can't be interested in a person that someone else is sending you. I mean, maybe. But that's what makes it authentic, is finding the person on your own, watching them for some time, and then breaking down their every move. Let's watch maybe 30 more seconds of this.
Oh, is he? Yeah, but he deletes his shows, doesn't he?
Yeah, we can grab them for you, though. If you would like to see them, we'll get them for you.
All right, fine. I'll take a look at Rob Saul.
And Clearwater Chad is out there doing his thing, too, but it is mind-numbingly dull. But I think that might be its magic.
Clearwater Chad, I thought might be a character. And then the more I watched him, I'm like, I think maybe he's in on the joke more than he lets on. It didn't do much for me after giving it a second look. So, so yeah, flood my messages with people I should be checking out. I should have. Goddamn, did I watch Karl talk about that Shauna Ray podcast yesterday?
Yes.
Which we brought it up on Who Are These Socials, and then he dove deeper into it yesterday. Boy,
riveting stuff. Not Blind Mike. Riveting stuff here. Talking about what Karl did the day before. I mean, seriously, a guy like Not Blind Mike gets, praised from guys like Karl and Melton and all these people. And I genuinely tried to sit down and watch this Sunday episode after the Easter festivities were all said and done. And I tried to give Blind Mike, or Not Blind Mike, a chance, much like I did with Tom Myers. And it's just like, it's a guy in a closet who's claiming he's blind, but really could see. So it's just, and then he's talking about, shows that he watched the day prior, and he needs more guys to cover. So email. I'm like, what is it that what is this show? What is your objective here? Let's hear him out. Maybe he gets to something good.
Boy, do I wish we just sucked that podcast down. Because that was a fascinating listen to watch people tiptoe around like, yeah, you're pedophile bait. Like, they won't say it to her, but that's what they're all alluding to. It was very weird. So go check that out. I thought it was very interesting. Those guys breaking down Shauna Ray's podcast.
No, we will not be checking Shauna Ray's podcast out because she's pedophile. I mean, is this really what he's saying here?
You're pedophile bait. Like, they won't say it to her, but that's what they're all alluding to. It was very weird. So go check that out. I thought it was very interesting. Those guys
nervously stroking his microphone here.
They're all alluding to. It was very weird. So go.
Was it fucking weird, Blind Mike? Was it weird? No. Smoking DMT and taking an eighth of shrooms, that's pretty weird. Watching a podcast, is pretty straightforward.
Pedophile bait. Like, they won't say it to her, but that's what they're all alluding to. It was very weird. So go check that out. I thought it was
stroke my mic.
Those guys breaking down Shauna Ray's podcast the other day.
Shauna Ray had to be like a Nazi in another life, right? Like, she got the worst cards out of any, because she
a
can't
rough deal, and I feel bad for her. I do.
Okay. We're done here with he feels bad for this Shauna Ray. This is nuts. But that's the Blind Mike show, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for that nonsense. I just can't. So again, if you have any interesting guys, make sure to send it to Not Blind Mike's email or his Instagram or anything else. Any other means of communication that you could think of. Snapchat, WhatsApp, Telegram. He is taking applications into new characters. Very interesting stuff. And riveting, I must say. And again, we're going to see a doctor's note from this Not Blind Mike character for you to, if you want me to believe that you're blind, you're going to need to show us and everyone else a doctor's note. It's as plain, cut and dry as that. Plain and simple. Let's show you a little bit of Chad here. Let's see what Chad Zumock has been up to. Now, Chad is notoriously known, outside of saying people suck and they're not good and they should quit. If you tune into a Chad show, you're immediately bombarded with a poll, as you can see right here that I screenshotted the other day. This is typical for any Chad Zumock show. Pretty much, I'd say 9.8% of Chad shows, there's some sort of poll that you must either vote or, time and time again, click close poll if you don't want to vote. This poll I thought to be interesting, though, because it says, who has the worst backdrops for podcasting? I thought that to be interesting because, you would think a guy who is posing this question would have a backdrop that was somehow state of the art, the best thing that podcasting has ever seen, like a Joe Rogan background, a Tim Dillon background. Just kidding, obviously. But the point remains, he poses this question, who has the worst backdrop in podcasting? And he's got Ray up there. He's got SteelToe up there, which Ray DeVito, I think we can all unanimously agree that Ray don't know what the fuck he's doing. Ray, much like SteelToe, bought a green screen months ago. And I don't know if it's due to incompetence or what, but they just failed to put up their green screen. So they buy a green sheet with all intentions of setting up this green sheet to add production value to their show, and then they just never get to it. And instead, we're left with Ray sitting in front of a treadmill every single night. So we have Ray on the list. We have SteelToe on the list, who just put up a cool, kick-ass new sign. We have, I think, Gino, who's sitting in front of a brick wall with an in hot water sign as well. And we have Karl, who's, pretty much sits inside of a pine box. But again, the interesting part, I thought, in all of this was Chad's backdrop here. Because I'd almost rank Chad. If you put Chad in this list, Chad would be at the bottom. Chad, it would go, in my opinion, if we really had to vote on this, I'd say SteelToe's number one, hands down, with that cool fucking kick-ass RGB lighted sign. And then Karl, and then Gino, and then Chad, and then Ray. What's so special about Chad's backdrop? He's got, 3 pictures and a sticker that says the Z-Man while he's sitting in a corner doing some shows. So again, immediately when I saw this, I'm like, okay, this is insane. Like, why would you post this poll when you probably have one of the worst backdrops in podcasting? All right, let's stay on Chad, though, because Chad was on a Twitter storm. Him and KB has, it seems to me that they've had another falling out over this past week because Chad is failing to denounce Shuli Igar from the Shuli Network. Chad will not denounce Shuli. And if anyone knows Kevin Brennan, obviously, Kevin hates Shuli. Rightfully so. Shuli is a snake, again, for many reasons. He's pretty much complicit in pedophilia, right? Now, Shuli will claim that he didn't know producer Iso had any involvement in this pedophilia or had access to 6,000 images. Shuli will obviously claim that he had no clue, but again, I have always found that hard to believe. Again, here's producer Iso, one of your producers on the network that helped name your show and was there basically since day one. So you mean to tell me that you didn't know what he was up to? I just find that hard to believe. But Chad won't denounce him. Chad won't denounce Shuli. He won't say a bad word about Shuli. And it's interesting, too, because Chad has a show called Cumia's Cucks, which is based around and predicated on all the people who cuck up to Cumia, Anthony Cumia, from Opie and Anthony. And when you think about this list of Cumia Cucks, a few people come to mind right off the jump. You got Karl, obviously. Gino, Chrissy, Keanu. SteelToe, Aaron, and right there, next, it would probably be Shuli. Any chance Shuli gets to bring on Cumia onto the show, onto the Uncle Rico show to make fun of Stuttering John, Cumia's there. When I went to Pottstown in 2023, one of the biggest attractions besides Perry Caravello was Anthony Cumia. So Shuli is one of, I would say, the biggest Cumia cuck, or one of the biggest Cumia cucks. But Chad refuses to go after Shuli. So much so he's willing to jeopardize he and Kevin's relationship from a personal standpoint and a podcasting standpoint. And we have a tweet here from Chad. It says, people that are messaging me mad that I won't go after Shuli and his network because Kevin hates them. Just know it would be super disingenuous if I did. Again, I don't think it would whatsoever. You have a show called Cumia's Cucks. Shuli fits that mold and meets all of that criteria to be a Cumia cuck. Shuli worships the ground Anthony walks on. So it's not disingenuous. A disingenuous thing would be if you were to go after, I mean, I don't know. Opie, I guess, would be more disingenuous because people are asking you to. But again, you have a show basically, directly mocking Anthony Cumia and all of his minions. Shuli being one of those minions. So it's not that far-fetched to make fun of this guy. And especially after, I mean, just watch the Uncle Rico show or any of his shows. It's all Stuttering John. All day, every day, 24/7. What did Stuttering John do? And if Stuttering John hasn't been on or hasn't done anything relevant, it's let's watch past Stuttering John clips. Let's watch Stuttering John from the 90s. Again, it's the most dog shit thing I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot. Chad goes on to say, to be disingenuous, it would be what Karl did to SteelToe, or what Melton did to me. Pile on for profit. Again, no one's piling on Shuli whatsoever. I don't really think anyone's making fun of Shuli. Kevin, besides Kevin, I take some shots at Shuli where I see fit. But I think everyone's open to criticism and to be made fun of every now and again. And especially if you have a show called Cumia's Cocks, you see. I think that is the point of contention. That is what people are up in arms about. Or at least Kevin is. Pile on for profit while being a total snake. Chad finishes out this tweet. So this has been a whole big, interesting development over this past week because, again, Chad and Kevin are going through their, fifth falling out. Now, it's going to be much of the same. Where they talk shit on one another, they probably stream snipe one another, or they try to stick it to one another some way, in 2 or 3 months, Chad will be on MLC again. And bygones will be bygones, essentially. Because it happens every fucking time. It happens every single fucking time when Chad and Kevin have a falling out. Quote unquote falling out. They're back becoming best buds because they need each other. They need each other. Kevin needs Chad just as much as Chad needs Kevin. So let's continue on Chad Zumach's weekly spiral here. If we go to this next tweet here, he's been tweeting away. So yesterday, Kevin, to stick it to Chad, had on the Potato Cardiff Electric and Tukey, I guess, to really go at Chad, to really get Chad up in arms. And it goes on to say, I just tuned into KB's embarrassing show right now. He's being trolled by a puppet and the potato filter that both love Melton, Karl and Cumia, while shitting on me. Great job, Brennan. Way to shit on the last loyal guy in your life. I don't even follow Shuli on Twitter. Douchebag! Tell me your butthurt without telling me your butthurt. And this line is what I thought to be the most hilarious line from Chad here. Way to shit on the last loyal guy in your life. That's funny. That's funny to me. I guess people just forget when Chad was threatening to molest KB's daughter just a couple of years ago. Or when he would call Kevin human garbage and snipe his show. It's like, you're not loyal. You're loyal because you guys don't have a problem right now. And because Kevin's paying you when you show up on a show. That's why you're loyal. You guys aren't actually loyal to each other. And that's the thing. You can't look to make friends doing this sort of thing. Just do your fucking show. Make fun of who you want to make fun of. Be authentic to yourself. And all will be well. I want to go to a video clip here from Cardiff Electric. And this is Chad's. We know Chad not being the best public speakers, which is kind of nuts, given the fact that he does comedy for a living, does podcasting for a living. And this is going to kind of set us up to talk about the SteelToe cheesening. Now, I'm not a big fan of this Cardiff Electric, but Chad puts all his shows behind members only, and I refuse to give Chad a dime. A guy who this is from Cardiff. A guy who can't say words but chooses to speak as his main source of income at Chad Zumock can only mimic the word Velveeta immediately after he hears Aaron Imholte say it. So this is Chad trying his hardest. The Mud Shark is really giving it his all here to try to say the word Velveeta. What is about to happen next will leave you shocked.
This is like so hack radio.
This is like so hack radio. Mind you, this is a guy, Chad, by the way. Talk about hack radio. So he's obviously shitting on Aaron for getting money to eat cheese, right? That is cringe. That is hack. That is retarded and gay. But Chad, you also accepted money to jump into a pool. You were given money to jump into your car, to drive miles down the road, to jump into a public pool and stream it. Talk about hack radio.
This is like so...
If somebody were... My point is, if somebody offered Chad this money, he would take it and eat the Velveeta cheese like the good rat that he is. Chad, that is.
This is like so hack radio. He's going to eat Velveeta. I can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese bit,
goodness
of your
Can
heart.
we try it again?
He's going to eat Velveeta.
Is he having like a brain aneurysm here? I mean, this is nuts.
Velveeta. I can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing...
You should have just said cheese. And again, Velveeta. It's not that hard. It really ain't that difficult to say the words Velveeta. Velveeta.
He's going to eat Velveeta. Can't even say it. Cheese.
Velveeta. Oh, cheese. Just cheese. Wow. Let's listen. Chad? You can do it, big guy. Come on. Let's give it a quick refresh here. Chadwick. Velveeta time.
He's going to eat Velveeta. I can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese bit,
Velveeta.
goodness of your heart, gift.
This is like so hack radio. He's going to eat Velveeta. I can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese bit,
Velveeta.
goodness.
And then he says that Velveeta. Fuck. God. Velveeta's not even good. Velveeta sucks.
He's going to eat Velveeta.
I don't even like Velveeta cheese.
Velveeta.
Don't even get me started about Velveeta.
Velveeta.
I can't even say what he's trying to. Velveeta? Velveeta cheese. Velveeta cheese. I don't even like Velveeta cheese. I'm more of a mozzarella guy myself.
Velveeta. I can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese bit,
Velveeta, he says. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Zumock trying to pronounce the word Velveeta. I mean, it really is sad the way he's struggling to say this word. I mean, it really is. Look, I'm not the arbiter of the English dictionary. I get words wrong all the time. But again, I do know the word Velveeta. Because, well, I love Velveeta macaroni and cheese. I've eaten it all my life. I've said it every day, probably, for the last, 33 years. I eat Velveeta macaroni and cheese every day of my life. That is a fact.
Radio.
But you almost feel bad for Chad here. I mean, he's struggling. KB's denounced him because he won't make fun of Shuley. Chad's really in a bad way. He really is in a dark place. Can't pronounce the word Velveeta. Whatever will he do? But I almost do feel bad trying to... It's like watching like a dog or a puppy that just got ran over and is like struggling to like stay alive. And you're like, fuck, you just got to put this goddamn mutt out of its misery. I mean, this is exactly what it reminds me of. Let's listen.
He's going to eat Velveeta. Can't even say it. Cheese.
But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese
Velveeta.
bit, goodness of your heart, gift it.
Velveeta. Amazing stuff from the Mud Shark there. Let's see. Do we stay on Shark Mud or do we move on? Guys, DM me if you want to see me cover Chad anymore or if you want me to move on from Chad. Now, I'll go to Chad Zumach. We'll do one more Chad thing here. We'll go to Chad Zumach because he's, really been crushing it as far as Chad clips go. And here, we'll go to this clip here. We got to share the old screeneroo from the old Zumach here. We have Chad Zumach going on to say, on today's episode of Chad Zumach's Wet Brain Follies, Chad brags he sold out of all his merch, but still has many to give away. We prove the $100 promotion is not worth it. So Chad does this whole $100 promotion where he'll shout you out or shout whatever you want out. If you do a podcast, you pay Chad $100, you'll be shouted out on his show. And furthermore, you might get some free stickers and possibly a previously worn Mudtards shirt that Chad may or may not have jacked off in once or twice. You get all that for the low price of a hundo. We proved the $100 promotion is not worth it. Again, and Chad welcomes David Skywalker to the exclusive block list with me. So this was, I guess, at the tail end of yesterday's sit-down Zumock show, the Cumia's Cuck show. And Peter Sky Parker, I believe, I think this is what this clip is about to show us here. Peter Sky Parker, and look, Peter Sky Parker was not trolling. Chad's audio sounded like there was a bag of popcorn being popped in the microwave yesterday. Just crackling and popping and just noises that I didn't even know audio interfaces like a Rodecaster, especially, $500, $600, $700 piece of equipment could make. But Chad has somehow taken a great piece of equipment like the Rodecaster and found a way to fuck it up. So Peter Sky Parker and a couple other people were just trying to let Chad know, hey man, why don't you unplug your Rodecaster or use a different interface because it's a crackling. It's popping. I can't listen. If you don't have good audio in a podcast, you don't have shit. I mean, the video could be whatever. You could be, I always strive to have good audio and video, but if you, as long as you have just decent audio, you could just listen to the show. That'll suffice. When something is popping and crackling, it makes it unlistenable. So a lot of people were trying to let Chad know. Like Peter Sky Parker. To which Chad will do this.
They have disposable income. And I sell out of all my merch. All of it's gone. And I brought extra this time because I wasn't on the plane. All gone. All gone. I'm down to 17 gray We're Doing It shirts. That's it. I have a bunch of black left, but I'm going to give them out all week long.
So you see the text in the clip right there say, I thought you just said you were sold out of it, but you had 17 left. So which is it? Do you have 17 left or are you sold out? I know when I'm sold out of something, I typically have 20 to 25 of that thing left over. Like, what? Why say it's sold out? To look cool?
Week long because I care about you.
Again, this is, no podcaster cares about you, the person at home. I'm sorry. This is just a common misconception. If you ever hear a podcaster saying they care about you, again, turn and run the other direction. This should be for entertainment purposes only, not to build some sort of connection with the host with. I mean, how ridiculous.
So hit me up. I got you. Nick in Fort Wayne and Darian from Peggy and the Big Dork are your $100 sponsors. Like I said, Darian is promoting.
So again, Chad fails to say the words Penny and the Big Dork. He's can't say the word Penny. He's saying the word Peggy.
So hit me up. I got you.
And he gives off a little burp there. That's pretty edgy. That's shock jock at its finest.
Long because I care about you. So hit me up. I got you. Nick in Fort Wayne and Darian from Peggy and the Big Dork are your $100 sponsors. Like I said,
again, it's Penny and the Big Dork.
Darian is promoting Peggy and the Big Dork. They're wrong. YouTube channel. Go hit subscribe. Get those fuckers monetized. Would ya? But Randall spent $100 to promote your YouTube channel and no one's subscribing. But everyone else is. Like everyone, like Peggy and the Big Dork, they're getting...
Now, we watched a clip of Chad do the same thing on the last show. Again, it's getting hard to decipher whether or not this was the same show we watched on my last show or if this is a completely different show to begin with. A lot of Chad's shows are starting to blend into the same show.
Subscribers. Hey, Peter Sky Parker, you're super annoying. You never contribute to my show, so I'm banning you. Bye. Fuck you. You're a weirdo in real life and annoying with your same fucking comment over and over and over again. So you're banned. By the way, only 4 people are banned.
So there you have it. Out of nowhere, Chad pinpoints, I guess, Peter Sky Parker. Again, not trolling, by the way. This isn't a troll. It's simply saying, Chad, your audio is piss poor and it is popping, dog. It sounds like some popcorn, bro. Fix it. Fix your fucking audio. You care about us, the viewers, but you can't fix your audio? So what you're telling me is you actually hate the viewers. You actually despise the viewers. You actually don't even like your show. You just need your show for funds and money. If you gave any inkling of a shit about your viewers, you would fix your popping audio. And that's what Peter Sky Parker was just trying to point out. Hey, Chad, listen. Your audio sounds like shit. It's popping. Worse than normal. Fix it. Chad pinpoints out Peter Sky Parker's chat and wants to set an example. You will not tell Chad about his piss poor audio. Not on his watch.
Hey, Peter Sky Parker, you're super annoying.
You're super annoying?
You never contribute to my show.
And you never give me money.
So I'm banning you.
So if you gave me money and told me my audio sucked, well, you would still be annoying. And I'd still ban you. It's like, imagine saying this as a 50-year-old grown man. You're super annoying. I couldn't imagine. Hey, Aaron, you're super annoying, dude.
Hey, Peter Sky Parker, you're super annoying. You never contribute to my show, so I'm banning you. Bye. Fuck you. You're a weirdo in real life and annoying with your same fucking comment over and over and over again. So
says, whatever you do, don't mention Chad's poor audio. And that's the lesson, I think, here for today. If you do tune into a sit-down Zumock show, just, I guess watch it and don't speak up. If there's any issues, do not speak up because Chad will, in fact, ban you and call you annoying and call you out again for being cheap and not ever contributing to his show, ladies and gentlemen. Sit down, Zumock. Again, going over his shirts, how he sold out, yet has 17 left, and he can't pronounce the word Velveeta. Chad Zumock. Thank you, Chad. That is enough out of you here on this program. All right, I want to get into some Chrissie Mayr stuff, some Nightmare. Her new show, her new hit show where she does. And she had on Anthony Cumia. They're going to be talking a little Gavin McInnes. You know, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Gavin McInnes. And there's still, Chrissy and Gino, the compound rejects, they're still hung up on the fact that what Gavin did to them was wrong and they were caught off guard. Now, mind you, we've heard this. It's coming up on a year that compound media has been out of business. So think about that. Furthermore, we've heard this pretty much once a week since they all were fired, essentially. Chrissy finally has, I guess, Cumia on her show, and she's going to be expressing some of her grievances to the boss. And letting Anthony know that what Gavin did was she didn't like, she wasn't a fan of, she thought it could have been handled differently. Guess what, Chrissy? It's over. It's done. Compound's over. It's done. Gavin ain't bringing you on the network. Anthony ain't bringing you on the radio. I mean, figure it the fuck out. Figure it out. And I guess her way of figuring it out is playing Minecraft at night inside of her cool new studio. All right, so this is Chrissy with Cumia on the show Nightmare. Now, furthermore, we haven't gone over this, but Chrissy, this is Chrissie Mayr's new setup. Remember, she said remember her mission statement for her new setup. I got to take everyone back to this place. Her mission statement when asking for $5,000 for the GoFundMe was she was going to have like a 3-stage setup where she was going to have 3 studios, basically. All of the studios were going to be multi-cam shots. There's going to be like 7 cameras and, state-of-the-art lighting and really good microphones and this and that. Mind you, we're not met with any of those things. Instead, we're met with this. 2 reclining chairs and 2 like piss poor, slightly above average camera setups here. Let's watch Chrissie Mayr, Anthony Cumia. Nightmare.
Oh, I wanted to address this because when you were talking to Gavin, Gavin's like, "Why hasn't anyone had me on their show yet?"
Oh, right. Yes.
Gavin is being a little dishonest because
Well, Shades Cow brings up a good point. Says they all claim I don't ban free speech. I am thick-skinned. These betas all crumble. We're gonna get to a clip right after this with Gino. Now, Gino is like king free speech, like Mr. I will die for the First Amendment sort of guy. But they can't handle the slightest criticism. They can't handle the littlest of trolls. They must silence your voices. Now, again, I'm of the proponent where, look, I'm of the mindset where if you're not doxing or harassing or threatening in any sort of way, I mean, who cares? Who fucking cares? Let it fly. Not these guys, though. Mind you, I'm not on my show every fucking other day talking about free speech either. Not Gino. Not Chrissy. Not Chad. And it's funny, too, because Chad would be the first one to call you out. If Melton or if when SteelToe was banning people in SteelToe's chat room, Chad was calling that out. And rightfully so. But then it's like you're doing the same thing. And again, Peter Sky Parker wasn't even trolling you, bro. He was highlighting your piss poor audio. So fix your fucking audio, Chad. Chrissy.
Not 2 Christmas ago, I sent him a Christmas card. He sent me a Christmas card. And then this Christmas, the Christmas following after he fired everybody, I still was going to send him a card. And I texted him to confirm his address. And he wouldn't confirm his address. He said, send it to my accountant. And I was like,
no.
What the fuck? I was like, I was like, how?
Sorry, and I missed a couple supers as well. Thank you to NJ Ranger for $1.99. Says Chad to Coach Scott. Will you be my new daddy? Thank you, NJ, for that. I wanted to call Coach Scott on today's show. We might do it. We might not. I want to get to the bottom if Aaron is actually still a coach. Because according to Aaron, he's about to be a coach, or he's like still kind of a coach, but he's waiting for Safe Sport to get back to him. The Safe Sport's gotten back to the gym, but they haven't gotten back to Aaron. So I wanted to call Coach Scott and clarify things. And I think that's what Chad was his intentions were yesterday, was to clear things up, maybe get to the bottom of some things, maybe do a little bit of light trolling. But instead, he wound up becoming best fucking friends with Coach Scott. I mean, it was really insane. Nice podcast, Stupid for 2. So spoiler alert, he's not really blind. Talking about Blind Mike. You have to go back and watch the episode that I uncovered that, because it's insane. Sorry about it that I missed some of these, though, but thank you. NPS. And then J Ranger 499 says, this motherfucker did months on Stuttering John's a vocal Cumia hater and refused my repeated offers to edit KB from the Cucks graphic and replace him with Shuli for free. Bum. So he's talking about Chad again. And I saw NJ Ranger just yesterday, I think, was giving Chad some advice yesterday. And Chad was calling you a hater and a troll, and you used to be on my team, but now, Melton's gotten into you, or whatever he was saying, whatever way he was trying to cope with NJ Ranger just not liking Chad anymore because of how pathetic Chad has gotten. And rest assured, he has gotten pathetic. Again, you're not, no one's asking you to go to war with Shuli. let's make one thing clear real fast. No one was ever asking chat to go to war. Like, imagine, by the way, this is podcasting. This isn't Vietnam. All they were asking simply, just asking questions. Hey, man, like, look, again, here's a guy, Shuli, who at every opportunity will lick Anthony Cumia's taint sweat. Every chance he could get. He's proved it time in and time out. He will lick Anthony Cumia's taint juice, making him a Cumia cuck by proxy. Here's Chad, a guy with a show called Cumia's Cucks, who for whatever reason just refuses. So much so he's willing to, again, compromise this relationship that he has with Kevin now, although it be completely fake and there's really no loyalty between the two. But, I mean, you do make money from Kevin, so why would you jeopardize that for a guy? And you know, I do agree with Kevin in that sense. Why would you jeopardize making money with me for a guy who, I mean, doesn't even have you on, and when you do go on his show, he doesn't pay you a nickel? Oh man, you know, it's just because our hatred for Stuttering John it runs so deep that, you know, me and Shuli are practically like Stuttering John hate brothers. I mean, imagine being a hate brother with a guy like Shuli. I'll pass, man. I'm good. And this is brought to Chad's attention day in and day out. But again, if you push back or if you say something that Chad doesn't like or he disagrees with, you're a troll, you're a hater, you're a mountain ball washer. So there's really never any getting through to Chad. That's the problem. You're either with him or against him, essentially. Thank you, NJ, for the $4.99. So we got Chrissy and Anthony, like I was mentioning. So Chrissy's going on about how Gavin, she had, I think she was going to send Gavin a Christmas card, but didn't hear back from Gavin. And all what's about to happen next will kind of be a little nuts. Let's listen.
Impersonal and weird can you get? I was like, what, dude? Like, I'm like, I don't think you moved. I have your address still. Like, I'm just gonna send you a Christmas card. It's like, send it to my account. And I was like, what? And it was just like
my account.
The weirdest thing. I'm like, what are you?
So Gavin says, hey, I don't, you're not gonna know my address. Send your Christmas card to my accountant. Now, I'm not like the biggest Gavin McInnes fan by any stretch of the imagination, but the phrase "send it to my accountant" is completely hilarious. So shout out to Gavin for performing some sort of comedy, which these people, I mean, seem to fail to do on a day-by-day basis. And here's Chrissy's new setup, by the way. We didn't even really examine this. Again, 2 lounge chairs, 2 Shure SM7Bs. Again, the Shure SM7Bs are probably the most expensive things in her studio. Again, running from, I would say, about $300 to $500 for both of them. So we're talking maybe, $6 to $1,000 for the mics. The mic stands are about $80 a pop. She's sitting in front of a blue-ish wall, kind of like the Garrett and Steve wall almost, but it's, instead of it being black and white, it is dark blue. She's got some pictures on the wall. One of the wet spot, one of, I can't even tell. It looks like Dr. Martin Luther King on the other picture. But this is what $5,000 went to. Again, if I had $5,000 to just do whatever I want it with, and then I came back and my studio looked like this, I would expect an uprising. I would expect people to be literally at my door with tiki torches and hand grenades. I mean, ready to pull me out of my house and torture me. Again, you were given $5,000, and you already had the mics and some cameras and the pictures. It's like, what did you buy? Like, what did you do? And I went over this before on your previous setup. It's just basically, you took your current setup that you had at the time and moved it to another part of the room and put some pictures up and said, hey, here's $5,000 worth of new studio. What do you think? It sucks. It does. I'd rather have SteelToe's new sign than whatever this is supposed to be. Let's keep watching that. We got Chrissy and Cumia, and Chrissy's kind of, well, she's sour over Gavin and this Christmas card and the firing, and send it to my accountant. Let's watch.
Like, I don't know, like Jeff Bezos. Like, I don't know. Like, another Christmas card for you, sir. Throw it on the pile with the rest of them.
Yeah.
And you could tell Cumia, I mean, is extremely uncomfortable with the way he lives. Chrissy, that's my boss now. Gavin, I can't talk any shit on Gavin. Oh!
Throw it on the pile with the rest of them.
Yeah, we were talking about that on Wednesday's show and the firing thing, and he's like, I heard they still hate me. I'm like, yeah,
He didn't handle it well.
He didn't. He handled it like Gavin handles things. That's Gavin. Like, I wish I had part of that in me, not pure Gavin, but pure Anthony doesn't
Some
work
Gavin,
either.
because-
like, as a business, to running a business, you have to be a mixture of Anthony and Gavin.
That makes sense.
Well, F. Chatter says Cumia's just waiting for her to stop talking so he can unbuckle his pants. You're not wrong.
While I just was like, yeah, okay, I don't care. Keep going. And Gavin just, you are on fire.
And I would have, I would appreciate like a little bit more of a heads up. I had maybe 3 days or something like that to get together like my final episode.
So again, people knew the end of Compound Media was coming. Other podcast personalities, myself and others included, knew Compound Media was coming to a close probably a year or two, even more, prior to when they actually closed their doors officially. So you had to have seen the writing on the wall. Now she's saying, I only had 3 days to get my last episode together. It's like, first of all, what do you do in your episode that you need 3 days to prepare? Secondly, I mean, that's your fucking fault. You should have had some sort of plan, like, hey, listen, this is probably going to come to an end within the next 6 months. Let's just say, 6 months prior, she thought about this. Okay, maybe in about 6 or so months, the Compound Media conglomerate's going to come to an end. So what would I like to do if Compound ever did come to an end? What would I like to do? I'd like to have on this one, that one, that one. I like to do this bit, that, and just, and store it in a journal or your notes on your phone. That's not Gavin's fault because you only had 3 days to prepare your last episode. By the way.
I would appreciate like a little bit more of a heads up. I had maybe 3 days or something like that to get together like my final episode, and I was just like, and I remember just like calling like my friends. I'm like, who can come in? But
so she was yelling, only had 3 days.
3 days or something like that to get together like my final episode, and I was just like, and I remember just like calling like my friends. I'm like, who can come in? But I don't know. I don't appreciate the way he I felt like he led me on, and he was like, oh yeah, you're going to come on the network. Yeah,
okay.
Okay. And then, by the way, just kidding. I just needed you to come on before July 4th. Now that it's passed, I don't need you anymore. I just needed your subscribers or something like that. And I was like, ugh, all right.
Now that he's heard this, he will, I'm sure.
He knows what he said.
Get back to you. I'm sure he will get back to you.
I'm fine for here's the reality, like it's just things are it's not that I can't hear harsh reality, but
business is very strange.
It seems like you can't. It seems like you've been dealing with this resentment of toward Gavin for almost a year. Again, this isn't like you were making your entire living off of the wet spot. You were doing one show a week on Monday for about 2 hours. What were you getting paid? $100? Did you really need that $100 a week? Is that $100 going to make or break you? Gavin did what Cumia failed to do. He pulled the fucking plug on a dying business and then revamped it. Absorbed it into his own and then revamped it. taking the best parts of that business, which was just the Anthony Cumia show, and making it his own. Compound Sensor now. The fact that you guys still have this, weird resentment toward Gavin, it's like, this is just what happens in business. And again, furthermore, it's $100 a week, Chrissy. What are we really talking about here? You're this bent out of shape?
It's not that I can't hear
Business
harsh
is-
reality, but
Business is a very strange thing.
Harsh reality, she says.
It's a strange thing.
That's a strange thing. It's a very strange. It's not really that strange. Your business was failing. Compound sucked. No one really gave a shit. Who did you have on the network at the very end? Garrett and Steve's The Dump. Chrissie Mayr's The Wet Spot. Morning with Bill and Joanne. And In Hot Water with none other than Gino. I am the biggest SteelToe sweeper, Bisconto. So, again, not that strange, not that shocking that it ultimately ended. There was no talent on the roster. There was no interest to getting new signups.
Business
harsh
is
reality, but
business is a very strange thing. It's a strange thing. It's, finances and dealing with people, and those are two totally different things. One is math, one is like English. It's like
listen to this.
Yeah, it's tough, and like it's
I'm not good at it. I know that. I'm terrible at it. And Gavin is a little more heavy-handed with.
Raytard says she bought subscribers. Well, that's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that she did buy subs. Again, she has 102,000 subscribers, and she gets maybe, her biggest shows are like 400 live. So, that goes without saying.
With things like that. He's literally Hitler. What are you going to do?
Oh.
You call him literally Hitler.
Oh, he's not literally. Well, I think Hitler would be accepting of Christmas cards.
Probably. Not a Hanukkah? You don't think Hanukkah would be a big thing?
No more Hanukkah cards.
Hitler lighting the menorah?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe someday we can have Gavin over.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Really, yeah. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy, on a personal level.
Yeah, he just, business, when business comes around, sometimes we'll be doing the show, especially with when Ryan was producing. And I would, like I said, I do my show, and if I even spoke to Ryan once during the show, it was odd. He just knew, here's the clips. When I talk about this, play this clip.
Yeah.
And with Gavin and Ryan, Gavin was constantly just, what are you, an idiot? You're retarded, right? And it was like, oh, God. But again, it's Gavin, and I love him. He's funny. He's crazy. We get along very well. We're very similar in a lot of ways, even though we're amazingly different in others. And I wish it would have gone better toward the end of Compound, but I'm as Brennan. He's a coward. He's a coward. He doesn't want to. You got to get Gavin to fire the staff. Okay.
Well, it's almost.
Is that not fucking true? You are a coward. You had to get Gavin to fire your employees. Employees that, again, Garrett and Steve were in the middle of starting a family. I believe Steve's wife or girlfriend was pregnant at the time. And you were such a fucking coward. You couldn't look them in the fucking eye and say, listen, guys, it's done here at Compound. You guys are done. You had to get Gavin to do it for you. So to do this awkward Kevin Brennan impression, by the way, is hack and cringe. Now at this point in 2025, if you ever catch anyone doing a Kevin Brennan impression, run the other direction. But Kevin and everyone else, ain't wrong. You're a fucking coward. You're a straight up bitch. Gino Bisconti relied on that money. That's what he, that money, that compound media money was, he ain't never been more richer in his life, Gino. And you took that away from him. You took away his dream of being a pro broadcaster. Now, the man is spiraling out of control every day on the Gary Biscayne YouTube channel and on Rumble about how he's right about everything. Gino, you're a fucking joke. Nobody takes you seriously. You and your 11 viewers, even your 11 viewers don't take you seriously. You're a joke. I'll get to Gino next because it's, I mean, insanity what we're about to listen to. But Cumia's going to do this whole thing. You know, I'm not a coward. What? Business and people, they're weird and they're different. You know, Gavin's better at the business. And bro, that was your business. Compound was yours. And you gave it off to Gavin because you were too much of a bitch to tell everyone to go kick rocks because they weren't bringing in any new subscribers. If anything, they were losing you subs.
As Brennan, he's a coward. He's a coward. He doesn't want to. You got to get Gavin to fire the staff. Okay.
Well, it's almost like if you
That's
don't
exactly
plan
what happened, by the way. That's exactly what happened, by the way. So yes,
how it's going to go, then you're leaving it up to like how it, you know what I mean? Like if you don't plan it, then it's just going to happen how it happens.
Yeah. I looked at it like, well, this should have been over 2 years ago, but like since it went 2 years, I could literally just blow it up like a cartoon character at this point.
Gino is a rat.
But yeah, you know, handling people and business is not easy.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing, especially when they're your friends.
It's hard. And I felt like I was better prepared because it was never like a whole, you know, salary for me or anything like that. It was one day I was like happy to do it the one day and then was sort of like developing my other stuff on the side. And so
then what are you bitching about? In one sentence, she's like bitching about how she was, you know, done such a disservice and then she's, you know, going through such an injustice. Gavin did her so wrong. She was never able to physically or mentally recover. But in the next sentence, well, you know, it was only just once a week and I was building my own things. Yeah, no shit. That's what you should have been doing. The wet spot wasn't going to make you millions or, you know, make you a star.
And then was sort of like developing my other stuff on the side. And so I just thought, I figured it was inevitable.
We all did, by the way.
Because you were moving down to South Carolina. So I was like, okay, how long are you going to want to keep doing that?
Yeah, it would have been a little difficult. As keeping the studio wouldn't have been reasonable at that point. I'm doing my show from my house. And at that point, and like you've done here,
listen to this.
You got an amazing studio here. I think it reached a point where studios are kind of not necessary.
This is an amazing studio. This is the corner of her living room. This is the corner of her living room. She goes and takes a shit 10 feet the opposite direction. This ain't a studio. I mean, just because something has a mic and a camera and lights doesn't make it a studio. Compound was a studio, albeit a shitty one, but a studio nonetheless. Again, this ain't a studio. This is a corner of your house. Like, we have to start being able to separate the two.
Here, I think it reached a point where studios are kind of not necessary for a broadcast podcasting company like Gas Digital. They have the studio over there, and it's like, how much longer are you going to have the studio? You really don't need it at this point. There's plenty of places you can go and do shows, but you know, Lewis
I remember at one point,
Lewis just wants his studio. He's going to take this nice swig of the White Claw, trying to gulp down all those feelings that he had about selling his studio and putting all these people out of work.
And do shows, but, you know, Lewis
I remember
wants his
at
studio.
one point, Gavin even said like he was going to give us thousands of dollars each to build up a...
So listen to this. Gavin was, according to Chrissy, Gavin, I don't believe this at all, by the way, but Gavin said that he would give all of the people who gotten fired from Compound Media thousands of dollars for their own studio setups, according to Chrissy. Let's listen.
A home studio. And I feel like
I never heard that one.
I feel like that was part of the things that he just said. So like, I don't know.
Oh.
For real. Yeah. Like there was a point where me and Gino were like, oh, wow. We're going to get,
never heard that.
We're going to continue on. We're going to get thousands of, like a couple $1,000s each to like do up our studios. I mean, I was doing this anyway, but it just was I
made sure that equipment went to Garrett and Steve and Gino.
That was
and then
very nice of you.
The Drew thing happened where Drew was like keeping the equipment and
keeping some of
using
the
it
equipment
to gig to do.
Yeah, so that's the point. Jay says he's still drinking despite almost dying. He was literally had bypass surgery on his heart. The doctor told him not to drink anymore. And according to Cumia, he don't drink. According to him, he's stopped drinking. He's laid off the booze. But every time you tune into a clip or listen to a Gino Bisconti rant, they're out at, Sullivan's getting whiskey when Cumia's in town. We see Cumia here at Chrissie Mayr's drinking White Claw. We see him on his own show drinking wine. Again, I'd almost put out I'd posed a question. Who's going to die sooner? Anthony? Due to his lack of self-control in the stop, drinking? Or like Patrick Melton? Due to his severe obesity. Nice podcast. Super coming in for 5. Says Compound Media let Shane Gillis, Legion of Skanks, and Red Bar walk out the door, but decided to pay Gino, Chrissy, and Bill Schultz instead. Now let that sink in. Let that sink in. There's a couple others on that list too. Artie Lang, even though Artie was at probably the worst stage of his career when he was a Compound. Nonetheless, it's still Artie Lang. People would still tune in to listen to Artie and Anthony speak. And there was just so many other, people in and around that network that, had status. The Dave Landau. Now, even though Dave Landau is a gremlin of a man, somehow he still draws numbers. I mean, it's fascinating to me that Dave Landau draws more than Gino. And Dave Landau is shit, by the way. I have a clip from Garrett and Steve, a few clips I would love to go over. I wanted to do it last show. I don't know if we'll be able to get to it. But they have Dave Landau on. And the entire conversation's about how Dave Landau was this edgy, badass. Well, first of all, it's about Dave Landau putting out a book. And then it's about how Dave Landau was this edgy guy. Back in the day, he was taking so many hits of acid and taking Xanax and stealing from pharmacies all across the land. It's like, oh, you were just a giant piece of shit. But they're all that. Dave Landau, it's a fact, draws more than Gino Bisconti. Fact. Yeah, Compound, had so much potential, especially in the very beginning. And somehow they found a way to piss it away. Kind of like Cumia. That's basically Cumia's whole identity in a nutshell. His MO in a nutshell. Have something really good and then piss it away for some racist jokes. That's what it comes down to. Because working comics, they can't attach themselves to a guy like Anthony Cumia because he's deemed as too edgy because of his Twitter and how he makes fun of the blacks day in and day out. So if you're a guy like Dave Smith, you're an up-and-comer like Big J or Lewis, you can't be associated with a guy who's vouching for the Ku Klux Klan every day. It just doesn't go well. Ricky Bobby says Melton will die first. And I'd be interested to see. I would say in the next 5 years, one of these people will be dead. I don't mean to be morbid here, but it seems inevitable. It seems inevitable. You can't be a guy like Patrick Melton and have severe diabetes, stuffing your face day in and day out with 9 English muffins from McDonald's without some repercussion. And on the flip side of that, there's Anthony Cumia, who literally had bypass surgery on his heart, triple bypass surgery on his heart, was told to stop drinking, and every clip you see him in, he's pounding down some booze. So something's got to give. Something's got to give. Ricky Bobby seems to think it's going to be Melton. I'd say maybe both die at the same time. Jay says he's dependent on the stuff. It ain't just a couple. Nick in Fort Wayne says, who would want to read that? Fritz says, it was fun while it lasted, though. All right, let's keep watching. Chrissy and Cumia.
Broadcasting gigs, and that got a little out of hand.
I didn't know that he was doing gigs with it. I know that he eventually gave most of it, I think, to Gino. But
I was like, why doesn't Garrett and Steve, why don't they have a good camera and microphones and lights? I gave all that stuff, and Garrett and Steve were like, well, we don't have it.
It's a great Garrett impression.
Like, what? Like, well, where to go? Drew's keeping it. He does gigs. I was like, that wasn't what I gave the equipment for. I gave it to you guys. So they finally got that straightened out after kind of a kerfuffle.
It was a kerfuffle.
A little bit of a kerfuffle.
There were some ruffled feathers there.
Yeah. But they, I love those guys.
They're great. I'm really happy that they have continued it.
Yeah,
as regularly, and they're really doing. I mean and they haven't changed the wallpaper at all in there. It's hard to look at, but you're like, now I can't imagine anything else.
It's terrible. It's like one of those 3D art things.
It's like a magic eye.
A magic eye.
Kind of like your own background, Chrissy. Kind of like your own machine elf background. Again, you're one to talk about someone's background when you have pictures and blue wallpaper for your background. I mean, give me a fucking break.
And yeah. But I pop on and call them every so often or super chat or something. I'm happy that they're continuing doing it. And that was like, you have literally 4 times the viewers right now than Opie has.
Burn!
They did. It's, because they're 2 guys just yapping.
Chrissy has to fake laugh at any Opie material, even though it pains her to do, and she knows it's not funny. This is the face of a woman who has to fake laugh. And Chrissy, you don't have to do it anymore. Anthony's not your boss. So why are you choosing to do it? The joke wasn't even that funny. Garrett and Steve have 4 times the viewers that Opie does. I mean, we haven't heard that before. Opie's viewership is trash, right? Like, we've heard this argument before.
And they did.
I mean, that is the most fake laugh out of fake laughs I've ever heard in my life.
Literally 4 times the viewers right now than Opie has. And they did. It's, because they're 2 guys.
Why are you looking down on the floor? Like, if it was that funny, wouldn't you look at his fucking face?
Guys just yapping. It's funny. It's interesting. It's just 2 guys bullshitting.
And now her leg is shaking here uncontrollably. Look at this.
There are 2 guys just yapping. It's funny. It's interesting. It's just 2 guys bullshitting, which is good. That's their show.
Yeah, and I think they probably took a lot of the compound fans with them. Like,
people love the booth guys and the morning dump and whatever other things they would come up with. So yeah.
NJ Ranger says the count is acknowledging that Garrett and Steve are institutional maroons. God, I wish we had time to cover this, Garrett. Maybe I'll do it on the next show. I've been putting it off. But they had Dave Landau on, and it was probably one of the most, I don't want to say jaw-dropping interviews, but to hear them laugh at Dave Landau, like, we all know Dave Landau. He ain't shit. I mean, Dave Landau literally ain't shit. The fact that it is impressive, I will say, Dave Landau being an unfunny sort of gremlin-sized guy, it's hilarious that it's not hilarious, but it's insane that he's gotten the gigs that he's gotten. Co-host with Anthony Cumia, which, by the way, was one of his dreams as a child. He admits this in the Garrett and Steve show. He goes, Dan, that was one of my dreams, as a young lad. I wanted to be Anthony Cumia's co-host. Okay, so you're clinically insane. You're clinically insane. So he's gotten the Anthony Cumia co-hosting job. Sorry, I slammed my mic there. Then he was, co-host with Steven Crowder. Despite how you may feel about Crowder, it's still a pretty big show. Nonetheless, ask Patrick Melton. He loves the Steven Crowder show. And now he's on the Blaze TV with Quarter Black Garrett. Like, he's gotten some huge gigs for being, like, not I mean, in my eyes, I watched Dave Landau's entire special. And I don't think I chuckled once. I think I chuckled more in the Ray DeVito 40 and Simple special more than I did it with Dave Landau. Maybe I just don't find comedy funny. Like when somebody's trying to be funny, I don't find that person funny. So maybe that's why I just hate comedy. Maybe that's why I couldn't stand the Tim Dillon comedy special. I mean, I think it has more to do with Tim Dillon, again, just did regurgitated trans jokes that we've heard for the last 7 years. But I think that's really what it comes down to. It's not that I'm anti-laugh. I just think people that try to make you laugh, it's kind of sick. It really is kind of sick. I'd rather it be more spontaneous and in the moment, in my opinion. Now, some people like comedy. Some dull-minded folk, they love stand-up comedy. They love where a joke starts from point A and takes you to point C and then takes you back to point A only to deliver you to point E. Some people really get a kick out of that. I'm not saying all stand-up's bad, but most of it's pretty dog shit. I mean, let's be real. Tim Dillon isn't funny. See, but that's, to me, man, we hear from everybody that Tim Dillon's a savage. He's a killer. You know, he should be respected. He's Joe Rogan's like right-hand man, essentially. So again, when I'm hearing all these people say, you know, Tim Dillon is a comedy god, and then I watch the special, I'm like, well, am I fucking, is there something wrong with me? Which could be a possibility. Am I suffering from some sort of disease that I just don't find comics trying to be funny on stage, overly produced, all that funny? Or is it just like they're really not that funny? There's too much low effort content. Rather than comedy movies or shows, they're just hundreds of garbage podcasts. Well, that's a whole different discussion. Blade is turning into too cool for the room guy. SteelToe and Stuttering John also thought they were would be cool as co-hosts. Oh, for Cumia. All right, let's finish. There's about maybe 30 seconds left of this clip. Let's listen. Another win for the toe.
I really like those guys a lot, and they're doing a good job.
Love you guys. Thank you for the
All
chat.
right, here's the clip.
Thank you for the comments. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye.
All right, Chrissie Mayr and Anthony Cumia. Now, I want to refill my beverage here, but I want to put on a ranting, disheveled, old, wet-brained, out of it maroon in one Gino Bisconte. And again, he's going to take this victory lap to the likes I've never seen anyone take a victory lap. It's insane what we're about to watch here from Gino. This was Gino the other day. Let's say Wednesday. This was Gino from Monday. And we're going to, again, watch him take victory laps over being right, I guess, from Nick Rekieta being sentenced. Let's see what's happened. This is Gino. All right, I'm going to refill my beverage. You should consider doing the same thing right now. I'll be right back, but I'll let this clip play while I do. Gino.
In this, but this is why Patrick Melton remains a fat, stupid idiot that does everything for clicks. And sorry, Patrick Melton does, those two stupid cunts do, Muttering John, all these, everyone that's responding to me having such a fun victory lap that are keep saying, this is a different case. Yeah, it's a different case. Yes, Nick finally fucking getting called out for all the shit he did. He had to take a plea deal because fucking we weren't doing anything. They laughed in his face. They're like, these guys aren't on your side. I could show tweet after tweet, and I'm tempted to, on the page of him being like, well, it's just a fucking 20-page tweet quote. Tweet cope. That's all you do. Then he does 4.5 hours, and he goes, here's the thing about, you're fucking pathetic, Nick. Wake up. Here's the thing about drugs. If I buy 8 bags of drugs, and I'm paraphrasing, and I do all 8 bags, then I don't get arrested. But if I buy 8 bags of drugs and leave them there because I'm so responsible and I didn't want to do them, and you don't know if the kids and the guns, well, then I can get you got arrested. Hold on, I gotta, honey, did we install?
Someone is at the
Did
door.
we install a doorbell?
Yeah.
Is somebody here? Could somebody possibly be here?
You better let him in before he battering rams the door down.
Well, don't worry, I've got body cam footage. Come on in. Come on in.
It might take him a minute to get his
take
mouth
your time.
situated.
Make your mouth a little. That's as big as that's as big as your mouth is going to be for the bit.
No.
There. Now, Nick, I gotta admit, like you're almost as smart as me.
What you don't understand.
Here we go. Talk to me, Nick.
Is that drug?
Do you and Stevie Lou buy lipstick from the same people?
It's Kylie Jenner.
Go on, Nick.
It's called Cocaine by Kylie.
Your mouth. You should make your face a little smaller.
Listen to me. I had.
There you go. God, the nose doesn't help. Now, let me ask you something, Nick. Remember how you tweeted my favorite? I couldn't even find it because every time I searched your stupid fucking Coke page, every time
Did you say cocaine?
What's that?
Did you say cocaine?
I said Coke.
Oh, Coke.
Every time I searched your stupid fucking page for my name, 800 other things came up. I was looking for but I guess you didn't tag me because you were being clever. Remember when you're like, I can't wait to get the gang back together?
Yeah.
And what did you tweet?
I said I can't wait to get the gang back together.
Right.
And I thought we'd all be in Minnesota in court together.
Because you had all these subpoenas because you're so fucking smart. You're so smart. Looking at 30, and by the way, 30 days, but it's only on weekends. I heard, and I don't care. I don't care because
Not
you know
if I'm a good boy.
You know where I'll be on weekends? Wherever the fuck I want. You know where I'll be this weekend? Me and Keanu are headlining a show in Pennsylvania on Saturday, and then Sunday night we're at the Secret Show at Dangerfields. That's where I'll be this weekend, and that's where I want to be, and that circles back to why the shows are going to be so good.
Okay, Gino. Again, Gino is fighting ghosts. He's fighting ghosts, literally. Taking this absurd victory lap over Nick's prior sentencing that he got, going into last weekend. Gino is up in arms. So happy over this. So it highlights, one, how much of a SteelToe nut pincher you truly are. And that is sick. To be a SteelToe, much like this guy Nova, who I'm starting to learn more and more about as time goes on. Just a giant SteelToe nut pincher. Never trust a SteelToe punt pincher. I was going to say nut pincher. So that's one thing. We're going to continue to listen to Gino here. Furthermore, Keanu is continuing to run this bit into the ground where she swaps out a picture's mouth and talks as if she's that picture. They do it every fucking show. It's not that funny. Again, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm black-pilled. I don't know. I don't find it. Maybe at first. I'll give you that. At first, it was kind of, okay, not bad, clever. That is your only bit. Like, you can't, again, just pick one bit and make it your only bit and then do it every show. It just doesn't work. It's completely lame, cringe, and hack, and all the above. And you guys pride yourselves as being comics first, right? Podcaster second. I mean, imagine if you went on stage and told the same joke for 20 minutes. People would boo you off the fucking stage. Let's listen to Gino, though. He's loving himself. He's feeling himself. Now, I think we're going to get into where Gino starts to block people because people start trolling him. He has this black dude on. He gets trolled. Let's watch. This gets unhinged. As unhinged comes, let's listen.
because I'm really good at what I do, and I'm really getting back to stand-up. And let me tell you this, the state of stand-up fucking needs me. I watched the shit that...
Okay, I'm sorry. I might have to pause a lot. The state of stand-up needs Gino. In what world? In what world? In what world does stand-up comedy need somebody like Geno Bisconti? Gino, they're fine. They got enough losers doing stand-up these days. Trust me. The state of stand-up needs me, he says.
Stand-up. And let me tell you this, the state of stand-up fucking needs me. I watch the shit that goes on. Hold on, Nick, and then you can fucking... I apologize, buddy, because we know you're a lawyer and you're so CAT smart. And the state of stand-up, it fucking needs me.
The state of stand-up.
That have nothing to fucking say other than what people think they want to hear.
The state needs me. Am I...
Gino, that's literally what you do. That's literally what you do. Vaccine talk, trans talk, George Floyd talk. Not because you truly feel that, because that's what people want to hear. Or at least that's what you think people want to hear. You do the same thing.
Am I right to serve time in jail?
Yeah. Oh, well, and here's the thing. You said you were going to get the subpoenas because you're so smart. And I believe Keanu and Gino had a lawyer on, right? We had a lawyer on.
He was a judge.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. Our judge.
I watched the whole thing, and it was a judge. His name was Judge Herb Dodell.
Yes. Now, do you recall the two words Judge Herb Dodell used to describe this?
Nothing burger.
A nothing burger. Now, I think he did that to get Melton's attention because he's a fat fucking nobody. And by the way, if you're following Melton Sweets, he knows stuff that's going on in comedy. Maybe he is a comedian because that's the funniest thing he's ever said. Because when I'm doing shows at fucking Dangerfields, I'll call it that. When I'm doing shows at the comic strip, when I'm doing shows with comedians, they're like, who? Well, I'm doing this now. You have to do this. This is all you're good at, clickbait and lies. And Nick, you were doing so well, but you couldn't fucking accept the life. You couldn't accept the life or walk away from it. You tried to do all this shit. And now you're like, well, here's a 4.5-hour stream when I need to know when me and Keanu have to appear because we're just stupid idiots, as you said. And we said we wouldn't have to. What do you think about that, Nick?
You tuned into my stream?
I couldn't. I looked at it. It said 4.5 hours, and I just went, oh, Christ.
Eugene?
Yes.
What's it like making people laugh?
It's the greatest feeling in the world.
One time I tried to tell a Denny's...
Somehow these two have convinced themselves that they have won. Whatever game that they're playing in their imaginary fucking stupid heads. By the way, they are stupid. They have won. They've convinced themselves of winning this imaginary game. Again, I didn't know. Again, I said this at the beginning. I didn't know podcasters were playing some game where we tally up wins and losses. I thought SteelToe was just using another win for a toe, just as a figure of speech, as an expression, as a throwaway line. Turns out these people were actually like keeping score of what? I don't know. So yesterday, Aaron has his pre-sentencing interview. Now, we're not going to get anything from Aaron, but according to him, everything went well. Everything was, the prosecutor and the lawyers and the judge and the people that worked at the county office, they were all super cool and professional, and everything's honky-dory. Everything's all good. Everything's fine. Everything's above board. I still think, I could be totally off by saying this, and maybe I am. Maybe nothing happens to Aaron to begin with. I still think something happens to Aaron. I still think his whole, all I have to do is, pay $50 and plead to this gross misdemeanor and everything will be fine. I don't know. I just think at his sentencing, he's going to get something. Probation, something. I don't think a jail sentence, but I think something. Then what will you be saying, Gino? Again, keep sweeping for SteelToe. Again, I told you this last year. It wasn't a good look then. It's definitely not a good look now, given everything that we know about this guy. But keep sweeping for him because you need him. You need him. Because without any SteelToe drama, look, and Gino's always the type of guy. I've been hearing this for 2 years, covering this motherfucking greaseball. that he's so above and beyond the Dabbleverse, yet every day he's commenting on the fucking Dabbleverse. If you're so above and beyond it, just why cover it? Why talk about it? Why give it any sort of energy? Because you need it. You need it to be relevant. Because you're not relevant. If you could just do it on your own and talk about comedy and talk about this and that and attract viewers, and you would do it. You would do it in a fucking heartbeat, but you can't. You need Nick. You need Aaron to survive. Without them, you would be, completely irrelevant. You need the pretty antisocials and the Meltons and the Win by Twos and the Ray DeVitos to remain relevant in any way. You didn't work 30 years doing a piss poor comedy career, some of those years being a makeshift broadcaster for Compound Media, which was a fake network. All for nothing. You're a joke. You're a straight up joke. Joke. You are the joke. Talk about comedy. You are the fucking joke. And what's humorous to me is you don't see it. You're going around pounding your chest about how you're this, guy who's all-seeing, all-knowing, Nosferatu. Maybe not Nosferatu. Isn't that a vampire? My point is, you're acting like you're just above and beyond it all, and everyone else is beneath you. Ha! I laugh at that, Gino. I laugh at that. Nostradamus, by the way, is the metaphor I was trying to think of, not Nosferatu. Their names are oddly similar. Let's listen to Geno and Keanu. First of all, Keanu again ruining the bit, and Geno continuing to pound his chest and chalk up some wins.
You tuned into my stream?
I couldn't. I looked at it. It said 4.5 hours, and I just went, oh, Christ.
Eugene?
Yes.
What's it like making people laugh?
It's the greatest feeling in the world.
One time I tried to tell a Denny's joke, and everybody made fun of me.
Well, look, Nick, I'll even give you credit for making people laugh, because here's what led to all this, and you probably forget in your fucking web of bullshit lies.
Is Stevie Lou around?
No, Stevie Lou, I spent Saturday night.
God, I'd love some drugs right now.
Although I want to thank Stevie Lou, we were driving back from another one of our gigs this weekend in lovely Pennsylvania.
Yeah, maybe that's how I got it confused, beloved chatter, because Nick Rekieta is Nosferatu. That actually checks. That actually checks out. Gino is Nostradamus. Rekieta is Nosferatu.
It was amazing. And they put us up in this log cabin in the woods. I got credit for, taking my wife to a nice Airbnb, and I had nothing to do with it, but I'll take complete credit. And Saturday night, we're like, should we get a hotel or just drive back? I'm like, let's drive back. And we got to drive back 2 hours watching Kevin Brennan just tell.
I see what you did there. Nosferatu. So Gino's going on telling this story. So our YouTube user puts Nick is Nosferatu. Gino's going on telling this story about him and Keanu getting this Airbnb and this motel and how everything was. We had so much fun this weekend. He's over-explaining. He's over-explaining what happened to him this past weekend. Let's listen.
I'll take complete credit. And Saturday night, we're like, should we get a hotel or just drive back? I'm like, let's.
Saturday night, we were thinking about, should we get a hotel or just drive back?
And we got to drive
and then we were like, let's just drive back.
2 hours.
And then we got to drive back 2 hours.
Watching Kevin Brennan.
Just
tell Stevie Lou he sucked.
Tino?
Yes, what is it, Nick?
What's it like to be able to leave the state?
It's fantastic. It's a lot of fun. Got a lot.
They're letting me go to Hackamania because that's important.
Well, please, that's all you're really good at. But here's the thing. We will be we're going to Minnesota in July.
That's a humble brag. Wow. So Nick Rekieta is going to Hackamania. And Gino throws it back in Nick's face and says, we're going to Stoney's in July. We're going to Minnesota in July. Nobody goes to Minnesota ever, let alone July. But Gino thinks this is somehow, he's really proven Nick and everyone else wrong. We're going to Stoney's in July. I mean, cool story. Get a frozen pizza from Stoney's. Go golfing with Aaron. I mean, cool, bro. I mean, tell me you need a friend without telling me you need a fucking friend. You pathetic, washed up nothing.
Fantastic. It's a lot of fun. Got a lot. In
Well,
fact,
they're letting me go to Hackamania because that's important.
well, please, that's all you're really good at. But here's the thing. We will be we're going to Minnesota in July. I'm working on an Alaska gig in August.
I'm working on an Alaskan gig in August. What? I'll be in Anchorage in August. Bro. Look, I have a lot of viewership from a bunch of different countries and provinces and territories around the world. United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, France, Japan, China, Tokyo, London, Italy, Alabama, Georgia, North Dakota, South Dakota, New Jersey, New York, PA, Florida, California. Hell, I even got some in Canada. And some in Nova Scotia. I don't have one single person who watches in Alaska, meaning neither do you. Neither do you, Mr. 11 Strong. This guy really just bragged about how he's about to get a gig in August in Alaska. Look, Alaska might be a great vacation spot. It might be a nice spot to go sightseeing and see some bears and some, wild beavers. It ain't a place for comedy. You never hear anyone going to do some comedy in Alaska and it being super fucking fun and successful. People in Alaska aren't trying to laugh. They're trying to survive. They're trying to survive. 8 months of winter. I mean, this is insane. You're bragging about going to Stoney's in July and then following that up with, I'm trying to book Alaska in August. What's next? You're going to be doing cruise lines next? You fucking hack?
I'm working on an Alaska gig in August. I'm going to LA in a month. We got stuff going on, so I go wherever I want. And don't get me wrong, you're a lawyer with all this money, and I'm sure you're happy.
I don't know if I can practice law anymore.
So you took that guy's advice and pinched your nose?
Yes, I did. Nope, I don't know what you're talking about.
By the way, this is what I don't get.
Oh, Stevie Lewis here. Can I please have some drugs?
What about me texting you in the middle of the night on Friday? How did I skip that? You retweeted it. I think I liked it and retweeted it. Stevie, thank you. What's the big deal? Stevie, do me a favor. What's going on? We see your nose.
Sorry.
Stevie, this is how remarkably unfunny you are.
The deviated septum.
Eskimos love
Stevie,
racism.
Stevie, I'm going to try and help you because I said it last time. The Dabbleverse breaks people. I said it again. You were really nice to me when
The Good Egg says he's headlining a tugboat in Alaska. Probably. Or an oil tanker. Or, he's going out to perform in front of a pack of salmon. I mean, this is bizarre, man. I mean, we've stepped into bizarro world. I'm going to Stoney's in July, Alaska in August. I'm going to LA in a month. I could basically do whatever I want. Can you? I don't think you can. Prove it. If you could do whatever you want, prove it. Go to Russia tomorrow. If you could go and do whatever you want, go to Russia tomorrow. You can't. First of all, they don't allow people that look like you in. Second of all, I mean, try to say some of the material in front of Vladimir Putin. He'd hang you up by your fucking curls. And then proceed to gut you like the fucking grease ball that you are.
I didn't cry. You didn't hold ice on my face, but you said, give him some ice, and you insisted I go to but you want to change.
Imagine getting your jaw broken, by the way, as a grown man. You know how many times I've broken my jaw? Check this out. 0 times. None. I've never broken my jaw. And I've been and plenty of fights. Never once has anyone ever punched me so hard they've shattered my jaw in 3 places. You must be the biggest bitch to get your jaw shattered by Pat
or whatever,
Dixon,
rather
nonetheless.
than just fucking. You're like Nick. You sell drugs. You're fucking.
No. I do drugs and buy them from people like Stevie. Or I did formerly.
Stevie Lou is so fucking dumb. He thinks like, oh, I put his tweet up and this will ruin him in the Dabbleverse. I don't like the Dabbleverse. I like my fans.
I don't like the Dabbleverse. I'm above the Dabbleverse. But let's talk about the Dabbleverse.
I'm talking about the Dabbleverse, but I'm once again talking.
This is a broken man. Yeah, I don't like the Dabbleverse. Here I am talking about the Dabbleverse, but I don't like the Dabbleverse.
I'm talking about the Dabbleverse, but I'm once again talking about how I'm right, and you need to listen to me. That's why we opened up with the COVID thing. That's why. Oh, the COVID's never gone away. It's become an integral part of who I am and what I'm doing, and I love it. But Nick, you will forever be the guy that fucking got yourself arrested for not fucking. You can't take yes for an answer. Fucking, you can't fucking accept the fact like, oh, maybe I should just fucking admit that I fucked up, like Aaron did, however bumpy the ride, and get to where.
Okay, this is where it starts to get good. Aaron, I mean, just listen to this again. I don't need to do any explaining.
I fucked up, like Aaron.
He wants Nick to admit that he fucked up like Aaron did. By the way, Gino. Aaron never admitted his wrongs and his shortcomings until it was too late. Until it was too fucking late. When we asked Aaron months before the arrest and the cucking, the great cucking, and all the alleged, times that Aaron swallowed Nick's cum, when we would ask Aaron, hey man, it seems like April's high on drugs, or it seems like you guys are swinging, or it seems like, whatever the case is, he would deny. And still does, in many ways. Still denies a lot of shit that's gone on. So in Gino's mind, Aaron is this, truth-telling prophet, and Nick should follow suit. Again, both are scum. Both are the dirt beneath my shoes.
Except the fact oh, maybe I should just fucking admit that I fucked up, like Aaron did, however bumpy the ride, and get to where you are. You're like, nope. So what you tried to do was fucking discredit Aaron by dragging me and fucking Keanu.
Yeah, Muted Crowd brings up a good point. Sex crime versus drug crime, which is worse? Well, I know where you're going with this, Muted Crowd. Both are crimes, so both are just as bad as the next. But if you are picking, a sex crime is obviously worse than a drug crime. And it's not like Nick got caught selling selling fentanyl to somebody, and the person he sold fentanyl to took a hot shot and OD'd and killed somebody. No, he was just hopped up on goofballs, essentially. Aaron disseminated private sexual images to you because he wanted to get back at Nick, and he wanted to seem cool. And he's admitted that he was pretty much broken at the time and wanted to he really wanted to pick me up, and he really wanted a friend to be to tell him how fucking awesome he was and how cool he was and everything was going to be all right, man. You're doing well, dude. Look at that fucking Rekieta spreading her fucking cheeks and flapping those lips in the wind. You're crushing it, Aaron. Where Nick was just trying to snort some coke. Now, again, both are crimes at the end of the day, so both should be reprimanded. But this whole notion that Aaron has won and Nick has lost, again, I would argue both are losers. And that's what I'm just trying to highlight this to this dumb retard here. You can't say Aaron is better than Nick or vice versa. They're both equally shit. Again, when you have look, I'm not anti-drug. I'm all for a good time. I'm not this super by the book Christian Bible thumping guy by any stretch of the imagination. Though my problem with it becomes when you have children involved, when you have a family of 5 in Nick's case and family of 3 in Aaron's case, and house and responsibilities and cars and wives and bills and this and that, there comes a point in time where you can't do drugs anymore. I mean, you can have a few drinks, maybe toke on some pot. But the days of doing coke and smoking crack and shooting fucking Dilaudits in your neck, those are long gone. You're not 22 anymore, bro. That's my whole issue with this whole thing. Is people hate Aaron so much they want to side with Nick or vice versa. And it's like, you guys, you're losing the fucking plot. Both gentlemen, they're all fucking scum in my eyes. Now, I do believe in second chances, and if they do take the steps necessary to change, I would award them the second chance. Aaron hasn't done anything to merit a pat on the back. Nick, kind of, but he still is lying about, a lot of shit. We're going to show you right after this Gino clip. So it's like, again, it starts with accountability. You fucked up. Everybody fucks up. Nobody's perfect. Start by saying, I fucked up, and I will do whatever it takes to make this right. It was a messed up situation. I got in too deep. The money, the fast life, the cars, the women, the drugs. It was just one big giant rush. I could see how anyone can get wrapped up in that. But this whole notion that Aaron's, in Nick's eyes, Aaron's the worst. And, Aaron's this and Aaron's that. Or, even in Nick's case where he's denying how many times he showed up on stream high or under the influence. It's insane. Because it's like, I've watched you numerous times under the influence. So you're going to sit there and tell me you've only showed up 3 times drunk or high? That's bullshit, dog. And you and I both know that. And in Aaron's case, he's pointing at Nick and saying, oh, this is what you shouldn't do that. You got, me for the toe, I fucked up, but I've really taken steps to better my life. You haven't. You haven't done anything. You haven't done a goddamn thing to better your life or your children's lives. If anything, since the arrest, since Nick's arrest, you've been to jail 2 times. Look, I'm all for watching these people throw away their lives and piss their lives away and burn it all down. I'm all for it, man. I'm not telling you to change. If anything, I want you guys to get worse. I've said that publicly. I want Nick to continue to do drugs. But it's like, you can't sit here and look at me with a straight face, Aaron or Nick, and say you've changed. You haven't changed at all. You haven't changed a goddamn thing about you. And it'll lead you back right into the same spot you started in. And you're going to be wondering why and how you got to be in this position at all. Leave the fucking internet. It's not that important. But these guys have pigeonholed themselves into needing the internet as income because they're too fucking lazy to get jobs. So they need the internet. So they will never leave the internet. That would be my first thing. Like if I ever got caught up in some shit like this, I'm gone. Until I figure my shit out, nobody needs to hear from me when I'm a fucking broken mess. Imagine trying to give advice on trials or, give advice on the political landscape if you're Aaron, when you can't even get your own life in order. Think about how delusional that is. Gino, you speak in front of 11 people on YouTube, and we're supposed to listen to you about medical information? Are you out of your fucking mind? You must be out of your fucking mind. You must be.
Who walked away scot-free from it, not that we wouldn't, and you really fucked over the 2 women you pretend to care about. Because you don't. And they're both getting fucked over by you, and God, your kids are in for a fun fucking life. A fun fucking ride. Any money you make is going to therapy. I keep forgetting you're here, Nick. Go on, buddy.
I don't spend much time with my children. I don't really know how they feel.
Yeah, well.
But do you have any whippets?
I don't even. No, you'd have to go to your girl April for whippets. She called my wife on our wedding night. I don't know if that's the night she was doing whippets and stuff, but she's just a stupid bitch. Isn't she like 20 minutes from you? Trying to think who said that's all she's holding out for.
No.
Trying to think who said that.
What you don't understand is that polyamory is next to godliness.
Well, whatever it is, you're next to another cellmate every weekend, apparently. Don't even care. But
Yeah, Muted Grouse says Nick streamed for 6 hours yesterday and made what Aaron makes in a month. And Nick this entire week has crushed it. But money isn't like the end-all, be-all. Money comes and goes, you know? These people that are saying Nick is done, he's washed up, he'll never stream again. It's like, you know, he hasn't streamed in like 6 months. And this entire week, he's come back and he's like in the top 10 streamers for super chats. I mean, seriously. Again, you guys live in a world of delusion if you think Nick is somehow done.
But my point is,
And I'm not a Nick fan by any stretch of the imagination, but the facts are the facts.
when you responded to my tweet saying this age well, saying do another 4.5-hour cope stream, and you replied,
Coke stream? That sounds like fun.
I said cope with a P.
Sorry.
It's quite all right.
I got confused.
You replied, that's one more, I believe you said that's one more than anyone watches your stream. So I want to thank all 5.5 people that are here. I want to thank them. And here's the thing, like, I wake up every day without a fucking care in the fucking world. Maybe I should care more, but I don't.
Edgy.
But you know what the important thing is on this lovely Easter Monday?
Blow.
That's right. That's right. Blow. The blow April did off your dick. The way your wife posed knowingly. The way your wife posed knowingly for Aaron, and you tried to make it like it was some stolen picture. Like, that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, here's a picture because it's something we all did. And you're like, no, you lied.
Okay. And I don't mean to like take anyone's side in this matter, but you're just simply wrong. Okay, it wasn't a stolen picture nonetheless. Yeah, Kayla Rekieta did pose for Aaron. For Aaron, not for Gino. And this is where it's just like, you're incompetent. You're telling me you're retarded without telling me you're retarded. Kayla didn't take that picture for Gino or for Stevie Lou or for Kevin Brennan or for, Twitter. She took that picture for Aaron. And then what Aaron did, being the piece of shit that he is, was he sent it to Gino. And again, across state lines, and we know the rest is history. But listen to Gino again, trying to like make sense and cope with this matter that Nick somehow is an out of it idiot.
Posed knowingly for Aaron, and you tried to make it like it was some stolen picture. Like, that's the other thing.
I don't think Nick ever said it was a stolen picture, but what Aaron did was, a felony fucking offense. Keep on sweeping for Aaron. You look foolish when you're doing this, by the way.
Hey, here's a picture because it's something we all did, and you're like, no, you lied. Nick, I'm worried about you because when you get so used to lying to yourself, you don't know what the truth is anymore. What's the truth, Nick?
I love drugs and ignoring my kids.
Yeah. Now, was that so hard?
This felt good.
Yeah. Was that so hard?
I'm trying to stay sober, though. And I think 5 years is too long to stay sober.
Oh, that was another great thing in the cope thing. It's like, well, that's a lot. Well, you fucked it up, dude. By the way, I can drink whenever I want. Not drinking today. Probably taking a break from drinking because just want to lose. Dude, 177. I can't be 177 in this flabby. I can't. Can't do.
So Gino, again, is taking a break from drinking. I've heard this one too many times. Spoken like a true alcoholic. I'm going to put the alcohol down. It's going to start to, I'm getting a little too heavy. I need to put the alcohol down. Gino, you ain't putting the alcohol down. I guarantee I could tune in right now to Whiskey Wednesdays with you and Bill Schultz, and you'll be slamming some Jameson. You're not putting the alcohol down. Give me a rest.
Great thing in the.
Listen to this.
Sober, though. And I think 5 years is too long to stay sober.
Oh, that was another great thing in the cope thing. It's like, well, that's a lot. Well, you fucked it up, dude. By the way, I can drink whenever I want. Not drinking today.
I could drink whatever I want. I'm not drinking today.
Probably taking a break from drinking.
I'm actually probably taking a break. So he's trying to shit on Nick while simultaneously, admitting that he is a degenerate alcoholic and needs to quit because he's put on too many pounds, you see.
By the way, I can drink whenever I want. Not drinking today. Probably taking a break from drinking because just want to lose. Dude, 177. I can't be 177 in this flabby. I can't. Can't do it. Can't do it.
103 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, we can't all be as scrawny as you. But yeah, it is fucking fantastic just knowing. And again, it's like, that's how stupid people in the Dabbleverse are. Like, they live for lies and clicks and all this shit.
Those two old ladies like me more than my own children.
Yeah, Jay brings up a good point. Says you can't just stop when you're Gino. You will go into convulsions, tremors, and seizure-like behavior. You will die if you just stopped, Gino. You can't. A guy like you can't just stop. You're severely addicted. You're addicted to booze. You wake up and hit the bottle. You eat breakfast, hit the bottle. Eat lunch, bottle. Before dinner, bottle. During dinner, bottle. After dinner, bottle. Before bed, bottle. Shower, bottle. And then rinse and repeat every day. That is your life. I'm not saying don't drink alcohol. Drink. But drink, I mean, a little responsibly. If you're waking up with tremors like Gino, I mean, look at Gino's skin in this frame here. He's almost the same color as his orange brick wall. I'm no doctor, but this looks like either a severe case of cirrhosis of the liver or jaundice. One of the two. Throw in Gino to that Deadpool. Melton, Cumia, or Gino, by the way. You can't, I mean, be this guy who's telling it how it is when you're the same color as an orange brick wall, Gino. I mean, what are we talking about here, man? Come on. Do you hear yourself? And why doesn't everyone try to stop you from sounding like a complete idiot? Oh, I could stop drinking. I'm going to actually stop drinking because I'm 170. You're not stopping drinking. You've said this time and time. You're not stopping drinking. You're going to continue to drink until you're dead in the ground and Keanu is teabagging your rotten corpse, you filthy greaseball. Shout out to Aaron. The rats. I have 6 kids and smoke spice for breakfast before dropping off the kids. I will live forever. Aaron the rat. You forgot the Velveeta too. I smoke spiced Velveeta infused spice. I got 6 kids and will live forever. With that attitude, you will. Rat. And here at Win by 2, we salute you, Mr. Rat. Thank you for the 5. All right, let's get through the Gino clip here. I mean, it's just so long-winded. It's a lot of the same shit. But again, the man is losing control. He's losing sight of everything. And he's built up Nick and Melton and all these people who call him out on his nonsense as the villains. Mainly Nick. I don't know what Nick did. Gino, show us on the dial where Nick touched you. I mean, it really is remarkable that Nick is under your skin this much, where now you're doing cutout faces of Nick. And both of you and Keanu, are lying sacks of shit about how April's walking this back. Nick was just, mentally abusing her. It's like, again, do you guys understand the facts and understand the timeline? They don't, by the way. It's a rhetorical question.
For lies and clicks and all this shit.
Those two old ladies like me more than my own children.
Yeah, they're pathetic.
They stuck up for me. They love me.
It's just fucking pathetic and laughable how everything fucking is just revolved around clicks and super chats. I'll say it again. Say we want about Kevin Brennan. He's a piece of shit. He acts like a piece of shit, but he's always been a piece of shit.
Quite authentic.
Always been a piece of shit.
Shout out to Kevin.
Always been an angry piece of shit. Everyone else is like, well, I'll act like an angry piece of shit, and all it makes you is a disingenuous piece of shit, as opposed to our friend Kevin Brennan, who's a genuine piece of shit. You, Nick, are just fucking periphery. Nick, talk to them. I gotta get the door.
Hello, my baby. I God.
So here's Keanu's brilliance here. The comedian that is Keanu Thompson behind the Nick picture.
More realistic, though. I just hate Aaron. I hate Aaron, and I can't stand his stupid face. And the fact that I like to tell people that he ate my jizz. It's my jizz. He swallowed it. Isn't that funny? Did I make you laugh?
He's like, I'd like to see Bob Vander Patrice would like. Here you go. Hey, it's. Can you?
Kiki lied because she lost his poignant pachyderm. Says Kiki lied because she lost her trophy blonde bridesmaid, and now says April lies.
Oh, ow.
Tell you what, just snort the coffee with your nose.
That's why I have a deviated septum. That hurt. That hurt me.
Not as easy as it looks. Not as easy as
Bob
it
Van
fucking
Patrice
looks.
sent lunch. I forgot to tell you that.
What's that?
That Bob Van Patrice sent lunch even though Larry's not here.
Oh shit, it's at the door. Talk to them, baby.
I am.
So now they got their super chatter sending them food. This is unbelievable. It's one thing for an audience to crowdsource the show. Most of these shows are crowdsourced, whether it be super chats or memberships or whatever the case may be, PayPals or Venmos, Cash Apps, Rumble Rants, Streamlabs. It's a whole different ballgame when you're asking your audience to send you BLTs and grilled cheese sandwiches. I mean, this is the state of Geno and Keanu. Yet they're going to swear that everyone else is out of it and retarded and idiots. It's like, have you guys looked in the mirror recently?
Larry's not here.
Oh shit, it's at the door. Talk to them, baby.
I am. So interesting to have Nick here. Very.
Is it interesting to have Nick here?
Wild. Very wild. Very exciting. Rebel rousing show. We have more guests. Plenty of them. Oh, while he's getting the door, Bob Van Patrice, thank you for the bing, 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 bing. Watch this. It's a Rumble Rant time. Bob Van Patrice, I'd like to thank you for the $1 Rumble Rant. I'd like to see that big mouth have a drink. He can't.
Let's just go to the last 2 minutes
I
of this.
just find it hysterical.
Something is hysterical? What's that like?
Again, I'll give you props.
Can you teach me how to tell a joke?
I will give you credit, Nick. The whole thing that may have led to all these shenanigans and hijinks and bullshit was
God.
Was what?
God.
God's great.
Jesus loves me. This I know.
I mean, what am I watching here? I mean, again, we're watching two individuals who have lost the plot, and they just surround themselves with each other, again, creating this echo chamber where they just sing God tunes on the song, and Gino just yells and says he's going to quit alcohol tomorrow because of his weight, and that everyone else is an idiot. No, Gino. No. That's not how it works.
Nope.
Does this look like a happy guy? Or does this look like a guy who's dying of cirrhosis of the liver? Furthermore, you got Keanu dressing up as different characters and using her mouth to sound like Nick and Stevie Lou and Kevin Brennan. The bit's over, Keanu, listen to me. Listen to me good. The bit is over. It's done. It wasn't funny maybe it was funny once. You've continued to run it into the ground. Sweetheart. It's done. But there you have it. Geno and Keanu just, again, losing their minds, spiraling out of control over Nick, and continuing to sweep for their best pal, Aaron Imholte. I want to show you some of Nick's return. We have some streams from yesterday with him at Camelot. We have his return stream I want to show you 2 clips of. And we have a amazing third world aristocrat video that I'd like to show you here. I think we're going to start with that third world aristocrat video. It's an amazing watch. Third World Aristocrat continues to knock it out of the park. Every video Third World puts out, it really sets the bar to a new high. This video Third World has, it's called Accountability, a Baldo story. Let's check this out. I'm not even going to pause this. I just want this to run completely straight through from start to finish, and then we'll show you some Rekieta stuff, and then we'll finish up with SteelToe and the Cheesening. And then I think we're going to get out of here for the day. We're going to show you Aaron also performed karaoke, which was abysmal, trying to be like his idol, Anthony Cumia, in singing Alice in Chains' The Rooster. So let's check it out without further ado. Third World Aristocrat, Accountability, a Baldo story. Nick Rekieta, take it the fuck away.
I don't have excuses. I have explanations and reasons why I made decisions, but they're not, they don't excuse what I was doing. My stuff is my stuff, and I've owned it to the court. I've owned it to the public. I have no intention of hiding from it or running from it. I had drugs at a really bad time when my house got raided, and that was because of bad decisions that I made to use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream. I actually got quite good results for what I was facing. I received 5 years of probation, which is the maximum amount that can be given out.
I do have to pause here, though, because I noticed, Nick, this is something when I started watching Nick last year. This is a patented Rekieta move where he's talking and he's dressing the audience, but then he'll just yawn. Much like Tom Myers' gulps, Nick Rekieta does his patented yawn. So and anytime you're watching Rekieta, just keep an eye out for that. That every now and again, he might not be that into it. He might not be that fired up. I mean, you'd be damned to see me yawn. You'd be fucking damned to see me yawn or gulp here on this show. Or bounce. Do the podcasters bounce. I don't do any of those things. I sit in my seat. I'm focused in on what I have to do. I'm not gulping my life away. And I move on with the show. Not Nick. Not Tom Myers. Not everyone else who bounces out of their seat. They really have to. Just sit there all show and just be uncomfortable. They have so much ADHD. They have to bounce. It's insane. Let's watch Nick Rekieta yawn.
Received 5 years of probation, which is the maximum amount that can be given out for my charge. I actually think 5 years of probation is insane. That's what happens when they sentence with a fucking hammer. The child charges were unsustainable, and so were the gun charges. People talk about how much it was. It's really, it's not that much. 19 grams is about the size of a ping pong ball.
First of all, 19 grams of anything. Now, in the grand scheme of things, if you're comparing 19 grams to pounds or bricks, okay, isn't that much. But 19 grams, I'm sorry. First of all, it ain't the size of a ping pong ball, Nick. Second of all, 19 grams is a lot. If you count it up, you got what? 3.5 grams is an eighth. So a quarter is 7 grams. A half is 4 quarters, or I'm sorry, 4/8, which is 2 quarters. And then you add on another 2/8 to that. Point being is 19 grams, 20 grams of anything is a lot of shit. But in this case, 19, 20 grams of cocaine, it's a lot of cocaine. People, like an 8 ball is a lot to some people. Again, you've had like 8 or 9 8 balls. That's kind of nuts.
I don't inherently regret my choices. I regret what my choices produced, but I can't say I regret doing fun things.
So I don't regret my choices. I just regret getting caught and the consequences that came with those choices.
When there were no consequences. This is the penance for the sin. But had it never produced the negative result, I wouldn't have been sorry. And I won't be doing it again. Because I don't want to go to prison. I'm not going to bullshit you. I made a lot of decisions that were really fucking fun. And I had a great time doing a lot of it. You find out that the DARE program has completely propagandized. And so you start to go, oh, okay, no, this is actually fine. I didn't want to be sober. I have to be and will. I abused substances, I guess, but I just liked them. They were fun. I know if I go out to a club now or go out to a bar now, I could go out to them sober, but I would not be having the fun that my brain thinks it should have. and that reward system's killed. The drugs and alcohol are easy to not do. Like, I had a bunch of drugs. I thought drugs were awesome. I still do. That's why people do them. Drugs are awesome. People wouldn't do them if they weren't. They're illegal.
That's not why people do drugs, by the way. People do drugs typically, I mean, unless you're like smoking weed or maybe doing psychedelics, or Molly. I'll give you Molly or ecstasy. But typically people are doing drugs because they're trying to bury certain feelings. They lack coping skills. So they find drugs or alcohol to mask whatever it is that they're feeling. And instead of having to cope with said feeling sober, they numb it with drugs or alcohol. That's typically why people do drugs. I'd say maybe, 10% is for fun. You always hear people, you never hear a drug addict say, oh, it's always been fun. It typically starts as fun. And then once you're like severely addicted and dependent, like Gino Bisconti, where your skin is turning yellow, it stops becoming fun and starts becoming like a chore. Like you need this to survive sort of thing. Now, Coke is a little different because it's not your body doesn't become physically dependent on cocaine. But just because your body doesn't become physically dependent doesn't mean that it doesn't take everything from you. It's not fun. Cocaine isn't fun to do. I've tried it. It ain't fun. Kind of sucks, actually. Some people would say, oh, you're probably just doing bad cocaine. No. I've done the best. It ain't fun. Again, this is not an anti-drug. Like, I'm not an anti-drug person. But to hear you say drugs are fun, and this is why people... No. Drugs aren't really all that fun, in my opinion. Let's keep watching.
That's why people do them. Drugs are awesome.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. That's what I'm trying to say. The fun wears off quick. And you start to do the drugs, even weed. You start to do them to numb something. So you're running from something. So you're using a substance to mask an emotion that you haven't learned to cope with. I'm not saying drugs aren't ever fun. They start as fun and then typically end up like Rekieta, where you're getting your door kicked in and your kids taken from you. That don't sound like fun to me. And that's where most addictions lead to. Your kids being confiscated by the government, your door being kicked in, homelessness, bankruptcy, so on and so forth.
People wouldn't do them if they weren't. They're illegal. And that legality has really fucking dangerous consequences. People do drugs because drugs are awesome, and the awesomeness of them outweighs the risk.
This is the thing, everyone knows this. Money and opportunity eliminate moral boundaries.
The state said in my case, there are no victims here.
This thing, the only victim of anything I did is me. And
I put my family through living hell. After 5 months of drinking, I was off restrictions. One of the first things that I did, I was so excited. I had bottles of my favorite whiskey. I have been sober since early June. There was a brief period of time, November to April, I was able to partake in an alcoholic beverage.
So this is actually kind of insane. So he gets arrested in May of 2024. And then he says there was a time period between, I think he says June to November or something, where he's able to drink. Funny, I thought you were required to stop drinking.
June, I have been sober since early June.
I've been sober since early June, he says.
There was a brief period of time, November to April.
I'm sorry, November to April.
I was able to partake in an alcoholic beverage.
So you're not sober. So you're not sober. Well, I mean, what are we talking about here? You're just admitted to drinking.
April, I was able to partake in an alcoholic beverage. What did I do to merit the government controlling my life to this degree? When you are under
You put your kids in danger. I mean, come on. This is why I say Nick's retarded, because he can't quite figure this one out. What did you do to merit the government infringe on your life? You put your kids, you put 5 kids in danger. Possibly 8 kids, if you're counting the Imholtes. You put them all in danger by being an irresponsible parent. You chose to give your wife away and snort the devil's dandruff rather than, I don't know, be a good father. The state typically looks down on that and will typically try to take your kids away if they see you as a threat or a danger or, failure to provide for your children. It's as simple as that, man. It's as simple as that. Why is this coming, as such a shock to you? Why is the government on my neck? Why are they? I mean, what?
Due to merit the government controlling my life to this degree, when you are under the thumb of government, you are not prepared for it. They will violate the rules of evidence. They will violate the rules of civil procedure. They will violate the rules of juvenile procedure. So one side gets to say whatever they want, and they can lie. They can fabricate details. When the state is ready to, they will lie about you. This is a fact. What I've learned is that line that the government put in their complaint was a lie. And by the way, the state worker tried to lie to us. Maybe it's because cops lie a lot of the time. And it involves a government agent lying to the court because you're about to hear a lie from Miss Pierce. The detective, Officer Pomplin, lied. To then have a government come in and be like, you guys must be terrible because some retards lied about you. But I was treated with an uncharacteristic hostility from the detective. Par for the course in how this county has treated my case, which is with no regard to the actual law regarding documents. They have overtly violated the law several times. There's one drug testing facility in this county. Challenging results from that drug testing facility is nigh impossible. A judge ruling against it puts every single drug case in the county in jeopardy because all of it comes with a government gun barrel pointing at that person for the entire time. One of our children was reporting inappropriate behavior by someone who was around and associated with the county government. The people who made the reports, I know exactly who all of them are. Every single story that was reported as part of that initial report, they're all based on truth, and they're all knowing lies. Ben Frill says, next time, hire a better nanny. Oh my God, by the way. My kids have started telling me the stories, and I'm not going to share any now, of our prior nanny. And I mean, holy shit. Because we have the officers touching my daughter's hair. I'll show you the studies as to how cocaine gets into hair. Cocaine specifically. There was some shady stuff about the warrant. And this is the retarded speculation that's been going on this entire time. That I am somehow disrespectful or causing some sort of trouble. Well, I gave a statement willingly because I wanted to call the cop a pussy a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm kind of an asshole.
You did call the cop a pussy?
Yeah. What did I do to merit the government controlling my life to this degree? There are some sad, pathetic people who can't realize their own inadequacy.
Right.
So when that inadequacy manifests and their life suffers consequences because their inability to be introspective, their unwillingness to self-examine or accept criticism or even self-critique, they rewrite their own history. They make up stories. They come up with a timeline and a set of facts that doesn't exist to justify their own failures. No matter how many times those failures were pointed out to them in friendly ways.
Wow.
They just can't do it. Someone else did it to them because it certainly couldn't be their own fault.
What? Bravo, third world aristocrat. Bravo. But Nick really needs to take his own fucking advice. I mean, that's crazy to me. And his whole point of contention, too, with the kids, and he wants to do a study on how cocaine is, able to get in children's hair or in anyone's hair. And he's blaming the government through the whole thing. It's like, okay, maybe first, start by trying not to have cocaine in the house and getting your house raided. And then cocaine would probably not, show up in your children's hair. That very end, though, was beautifully put. Because even a guy like Nick sometimes fails to see his own shortcomings and the way he lives. And when people try to call that shit out and hold, Aaron does the same thing. When people call it out and hold the mirror up to their faces, it's always someone else's fault. It's always somebody did it to me. There's no self-accountability ever with these people. And it's insane. Let's see. I want to do one or two more Nick things. I think I want to do his return stream and this one clip from Camelot where he's talking about drugs. Shocker, I know. And then we'll finish up with Aaron. The Coke. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're going to do Nick's return, his big return stream. We're going to start off with the intro. And then we're going to play you two clips where I caught Nick just blatantly lying here. So this was Nick Saturday night, his comeback stream, which now is sitting at a resounding 57,000 views, which is incredible. But here it is. Actually criminal, not a comeback, but a comeuppance. Nick Rekieta, part-time father, wannabe lawyer. Let's check it out.
Fight. Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs, actually criminal edition.
So at first here, I found Nick to be very nervous, which is to be expected. It's his first stream back in quite some time, but seems very nervous, and I don't know, it just seems like he lost it a little bit, especially in the beginning. Let's listen.
I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small yet suspended law firm in central Minnesota. Everything is coming up aces, and what a fucking year it has.
So this whole coming up aces thing, I want to figure out and pinpoint who said this first. We need a clipper who can go back and go through the archives, scrub the archives to figure out who actually said this first, because we hear Aaron saying this now. Everything for the toe is turning up aces. But did Nick say that to Aaron and Aaron starting to repeat Nick's taglines, or is it vice versa? Is Nick now picking up Aaron's taglines?
Ben. Woo!
Okay, so immediately, we're not even 30 seconds in, and he does the old, woo, podcaster's bounce. Check this one out.
Woo!
Again, what is with all these people bouncing out of their fucking chairs, man? Why am I playing applause sound drops? That's not the sound drop I wanted. Why are we doing this maneuver here? Again, go back, watch this entire stream. You tell me how many times I've bounced out of my seat. Again, the answer is 0. And furthermore, how many times I uttered the words, woo, in this show.
Woo! But it's good to be back.
What?
It's good to be back. I am, oh, man.
Nick, you're on. Nervously touching his microphone.
Where'd my meat go? Like, I weigh way more than when I got arrested, so this will be great. But hey, it's great to see you all. It really is. I have been trying to figure out what exactly to do.
Another one of these guys who show up on their show. They have no clue on how to do their show. They need advice from the audience of what to do.
For this whole comeback stream and life. All of these things. These are the questions you ponder when you don't have anything else to do other than worry about going to prison.
Don't you have 5 kids? Shouldn't you be worrying about them?
But I'm not going to prison. That's the good news for me. In fact, people have gotten a lot wrong about my plea deal, about my sentencing, all of that stuff. So we're going to correct that today.
Hell yeah.
We're going to go ahead and fix the bad reporting that happened. It's kind of funny to me, the bad reporting, who it came from, the glee with which the bad reporting was delivered.
All right, so that's Nick in the beginning. I just want to play these 2 clips here. I think one's around 7.5 minutes, where he's talking about how many times he's done cocaine or just being high and drunk on stream.
I get real hesitant with, much to the chagrin of some people, with labels like addiction or whatever, because I feel like those things are excuses that people have for what they did. And I don't have excuses. I have explanations and reasons why I made decisions, but they're not, they don't excuse what I was doing. And with that, like my choices are my fault. And, I get to spend some time making up to the people that I actually did hurt and impact with that. There are other people who have tried to involve themselves in that situation, and they can get fucked because they know nothing about it. It didn't affect them in any way. And they just have no claim to what was going on in my life. So that being said, though, my stuff is my stuff, and I've owned it to the court. I've owned it to the public. I have no intention of hiding from it or running from it. I did a bunch of drugs. I had drugs at a really bad time when my house got raided. And that was because of bad decisions that I made to use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream. At least 3. The cop.
Okay, here it is right here. So here's the lie
that I made to use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream.
To use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream.
At least 3.
So I'm not sure if he's saying at least 3 live streams he was showing up high out of his mind, or 3 substances, which I guess 1 would be coke, 2 would be alcohol, 3 would be ketamine. But if he's talking about 3 live streams, it's like, again, bro, I've watched you way more than 3 times showing up. I mean, hammered, drunk, out of your fucking mind.
Use a bunch of substances while being on a live stream. At least 3. The cop was way wrong, though, on which ones. I mean, other than the cocaine, he really did not. He had no grasp of what was going on that. He's a drug recognition expert. He knew nothing about any of it, because drug recognition experts are bullshit. You have to learn that.
And aren't you a lawyer that really doesn't know that much about the
He
law?
had no grasp of what was going on that. He's a drug recognition expert. He knew nothing about any of it, because drug recognition experts are bullshit. You have to learn that right away. That's just a reality of the trade. They're absolute bullshit, a complete catastrophe, and the system is engineered to fuck people over. Did it fuck me over? No.
It's always the system. The system is engineered to fuck people over. Did it fuck me over? No. So then what are we talking about?
Engineered to fuck people over. Did it fuck me over? No, it did not. I actually got quite good results for what I was facing, and I'm really happy with the fact
because you're
that
a
I'm
white
not in
man.
prison and not going to prison or jail at all. Much to the chagrin and bad reporting of others. That's not happening. But it's all on me. But
well, I mean, it's not happening as of right now. If you choose to fuck up, it will happen. You will have to serve time. All right. That's pretty much it from his return stream. There was another clip, but the Third World Aristocrat video had highlighted it, where he's talking about how 19 grams of cocaine isn't that much. coke. It's the size of a ping pong ball. Again, he's completely off, or he's never played ping pong a day in his life before. One of the two. I want to show you this last Rekieta thing with Camelot. Then I'm going to move on to SteelToe. And I need to smoke myself a cigarette and get myself some string cheese right after this. I want to show you this. So we watched Nick. After we started watching Nick around Easter of 2023. Looking all sorts of fucked up. We then began to watch him a little closer, and one of the streams particularly that we watch is when Nick showed up on cam, on stream, right around end of March, beginning of April of last year, where he had white substances, or a white substance, a white powdery substance on his nose. Now, at the time, he was doing cocaine, heroin, and who else knows what he was doing. So one would draw the conclusion that the white powdery substance that was on Nick's nose was, I don't know, a narcotic. Nick is going to deny this here and say that he doesn't remember ever doing coke during that stream. It couldn't have been coke. There's no possible way. It was toothpaste, probably. What he's going to say, it was baking flour. And again, it pains me to do this almost because it's like, I want to see Nick rise like a bird from rise like a phoenix from the ashes. But he makes it hard to do. Mainly to stick it to SteelToe and Gino. But if you're incapable of admitting that you had cocaine on your nose, dog, then it's like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we even doing here? Let's listen. This is Camelot and Rekieta. Camelot's this guy who races cars. Now, I see a lot of people saying about this guy Camelot. I saw Chad trying to cover this guy Camelot. I have no idea who this guy is. It was like, Chad, you probably should learn the people you're going to start covering before you just start covering him and say, I don't know who this guy is. I mean, imagine being a host covering something and be like, I don't know what that is. Then why the fuck are you covering it? Anyway, Camelot is a race car driver / streamer. He's not a good race car driver. I don't think he's ever finished first place in a race. I don't even think he's finished top 10 in a race. Typically, what a lot of what I've been reading is he likes to crash. They call him Crash a lot, not Camelot. So we got Camelot on the left. We have Rekieta with the Joker picture behind him to the right. And he's going to explain to us here how that white powdery substance on his nose last year actually wasn't coke. It possibly was baking flour. Let's listen.
So that last stream, my arrest stream, April came into my office and was like, "You need to end the show." But I don't remember any of that. I don't have no recollection. I had drank so fucking much at that point, and of course there was other stuff involved as well. But the crazy thing is, so
you hear him say he had called April into the office. He was so obliterated. He don't even remember any of it, but somehow he remembers this.
I'll say this. I can say all of this now. I definitely did cocaine during that stream.
Okay, so he definitely did coke during that stream.
During the long break, which I didn't know was a long break. That's how gone I already was. I did cocaine during.
So I find that you see a lot of these people. They're like, I was so fucked up. Like Dan from Nice Podcast, Stupid. I was so fucked up. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, but then can recall every detail from that night. He was so fucked up and blacked out, he couldn't remember. Nick's doing the same thing. I was so blacked out. I was so fucked up. I didn't even know I was taking a long break, but I was taking a long break. Listen to this.
It was a long break. That's how gone I already was. I did cocaine during that break.
I did coke.
The break that I came back from, where there's some shimmery thing on my nose.
This is going to be good.
I don't think I did cocaine on that break, which is.
So you did coke on a break, but the break that you had white powdery shit on your nose, that wasn't from cocaine?
It's kind of because I don't.
Got it.
I never kept cocaine here in my office.
Right.
Because I didn't want to be tempted to like get down and just snort a line mid-show.
Well, you should have. That would have made for truly epic content. Getting down on all fours and snorting coke while discussing law talk.
What if you forget to turn off your camera or mic or something? That would be, you don't want to do that shit. So I didn't keep it in my office at all. So I don't know. I don't know what was on my nose. And again, I definitely did cocaine that night. Make no mistake.
1,000 did cocaine that night, but I don't know what was on my nose.
I'm not trying to say it didn't happen. I think I got fucked by like a cookie or something with flour on, like legit.
I think I got fucked by a cookie or something with flour on it. I mean, this is a joke, right? This has to be a troll. Like, he's dead serious when he's saying this, you know? Because I know when I eat cookies, I tend to get cookies up my nose. On my nose, actually, not even up my nose. When I eat cookies, they typically miss my mouth and land on the bridge of my nose. By the way, I've never seen a white powdered cookie before, so that's new. Unless you ate, I could almost believe it if you ate a white powdery donut from Dunkin' Donuts. Then I'd believe, okay, maybe the powder from the donut somehow went to your nose. You were too fucked up. You didn't even remember. Blah, 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 blah. The explanation you give here is so piss poor. Listen to this.
I definitely did cocaine that night.
Okay, we established this. He's definitely did coke.
Make no mistake. I'm not.
Okay, we're not. We're making no mistake.
Trying to say it didn't happen.
Okay.
I think I got fucked by like a cookie or something with flour on, like legitimately, and I mean, I deserved it.
Yeah. I think I got fucked by a cookie or something. I mean, this is insane, man. I think I got fucked by a cookie or something with flour on it.
Say it didn't happen.
He did coke. Make no mistake. He did coke that night. It wasn't coke on his nose. It was a cookie and flour.
I think I got fucked by like a cookie or something with flour on, like legitimately, and I mean, I deserved
Maybe it was Aaron's jizz. Cookie, he says. I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
Pointing back at him says, like, when Nick said he wasn't jacking on the coke stream, he was picking at a... Yeah. He was pressing down on a sore. I wasn't jacking off on the stream I was so high on. I don't even remember being on that stream. I wasn't jerking off. No, I was picking at a sore to keep me awake. Oh yeah, because I know when I'm falling asleep, what I do is pick at my sores. I mean, imagine. First of all, I have 0 sores on my body. That is a fact. Secondly, even if I had all the abrasions and sores on my body, like if my body had the sores of what Patrick Melton has on his face, and even if I was falling asleep, I would not go near any of those pus pockets or sores. I just wouldn't. I'd get up and maybe take a lap, take a walk, or I would just continue to go to sleep. No, not Nick. Nick likes to pick at his sores. My lost interest says maybe a cookie covered in... Now that's a good point. Maybe a cookie covered in cocaine. You ever think of that? A cocaine-infused cookie. They do have weed cookies. Is it out of the realm of possibility that Nick and Aaron were baking instead of weed cookies because we know Aaron can't take marijuana because he's too much of a pussy-ass bitch? Instead, they were baking crack cookies, and somehow some of that powder missed the mouth, missed the mustache, missed the bottom of the nose, and landed on the top of the bridge of the nose. Maybe it did. Shout out to Aaron. The rats. Sorry, the reverb adds for dramatic effect. That's how I started a family. I got fucked by a cookie. He's got a family of 6. Mr. Rat. And that's how it all started back in the day. Aaron the Rat was turned over on a bed in the doggy style and rammed by a chocolate chip raisined cookie. Jesus. Thank you for the 5, man. Justice for them cookies. K. McDuck says, it's just a really crumbly cookie, Judge. Yeah. Well, they do have this cookie store now. It's called Crumble. And they do make some, messy-ass cookies. They're good. Don't get me wrong. The cookies are amazing, but they're like 1,500 calories per one cookie. Very messy. But again, I've eaten these cookies. Crumble. Crumbl, I believe. They come in a pink box. And I've eaten these cookies. Not once. I've never gotten cookies on my nose. Ever in my life. I tend to not get food on my nose. Food sometimes like gets into my beard. Maybe onto my shirt. Even onto my lap. On my fingers, obviously. Maybe on an arm or two. On an elbow. Sure. On my nose? Unless he was eating the cookie without his hands and he was just being like, he was just eating like a dog and just using his head. Like he was bobbing for apples, but instead of apples, it was just cocaine cookies. Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe.
With flour on, like legitimately, and it's...
Jeff Close, they are overpriced. They're insane. He's talking about Crumble. Insanely overpriced Crumble cookies are. Banging. But you can't eat 2 because you'll die of fucking heart failure. If you have problems with cholesterol, rest assured you're going to have a cholesterol spike after eating one of these Crumble cookies. But they're so goddamn expensive. Like, they're good, but nothing is... one cookie isn't $25.99 good. I can make homemade chocolate chip cookies for less, and they're just as good. Now, they're not the crack-infused kind that Nick Rekieta had, but, they're close. They're close. Pillsbury does a good job.
I deserved it.
Yeah.
But it pisses me off because I'm like, damn, I know I didn't do coke then. Where would it have been?
But you just said, without a shadow of a doubt, you did coke that night.
Classic clip. It's part of my intro. It's just like a 3-second thing, and you're just like this. And then it goes off, and I love it.
It's so funny.
All right, so there you have it. Nick doing coke that night, but not knowing how the powdery substance got onto his nose. All right, I think that's going to wrap with the Rekieta stuff we had. I had another clip, but I just don't feel like playing any more Nick stuff. It's just, to me, underwhelming. I want to finish off with 2 little clips from Aaron Imholte. Aaron the Rat, this is your time. This is where SteelToe has eaten the Velveeta cheese, according to Chad Zumock. What do you say? Velveeta cheese. And he's going to do some... So let's start with the karaoke clip. This is Aaron, Nick's lover, doing some Alice in Chains, The Rooster karaoke cover. Bear with me. I'm sharing the screen. It's bad, guys. It's really terrible. Now, look, I'm no David Lee Roth, Axl Rose, Steve Perry. Don't get me wrong. But I can hold a tune better than this motherfucker. Listen to this shit. So, again, Aaron's idea of hitting the goal. When people hit the goal, when everyone rallies up and hits the SteelToe goal, you get nothing in return. You get Aaron's attempt at karaoke, or you get him just reading the chat. So it's like, what are we paying for? Furthermore, the quality of this karaoke is so bad. And I don't mean to just, I know it's easy to say anything is bad, but this was, a step below bad. This was, somehow worse than bad. Let's show you here. This is Aaron's attempt at singing Alice in Chains' The Rooster. Buckle the fuck in for this. You're not going to believe your ears. If you're easily offended, I suggest you look away right now.
I'm doing this thing where, people are calling me a pussy. So I'm like, if you're going to call me a pussy, I'll just fucking play the thing. But I know what I'm saying to not play it is the smart thing to do. And I shouldn't let you guys Marty McFly me into playing the fucking thing. I'll play it tomorrow. It'll be totally fine.
Very good, K Murph. K Murph is quoting one of our songs, The City Lights. Now, mind you, I'm not the singer, but that is an accurate quote from one of our songs called When You're Around. Yeah, K Murph says gore warning. It's worse than gore. It's worse.
We'll play it tomorrow and everything will be all good. You guys can check it out ahead of time. My Lost Interest says, Aaron, you can fix that chin with neck exercises or any exercise, really. But no, but I do planks, 1 minute planks in between my heavy bag rounds. And sometimes I do the head up, head down thing, the neck strengthening stuff. I should maybe do it more. Maybe I should do it more. Leah says, you're being smart. I'm more of a lawyer than Nick, so you can trust me. I mean, shit, the way I worked him over in that divorce and the way my case went versus the way his case went, I'm a better lawyer than Nick. So that's not. And by the way, Leah, I'm sure you're right.
By the way, both of your cases resulted in almost the same result, where both of you now are criminals, like on paper criminals. So, I mean, what are we talking about? Your court outing wasn't better than Nick's. Just because you only had to pay $50, which I still don't think that's the end of it, but that remains to be seen. Yeah, Nick got a little bit of harsher sentence, but that's because he was actually sentenced. You didn't actually get sentenced yet. You will. And then let's see what's talking. I think Aaron gets at least a year probation, at the very least.
I'm just saying we're setting a small bar. That's all. We're setting the bar low. Wow, Monty saying, I'm glad that you loved the song. It's a banger and fun too. Aaron gets most of the credit for he inspired me with his likable energy. And don't forget the best dressed entertainer, Alex Stein, was included too. Okay, if Alex is in the video, it definitely might fuck me over. He does say, let me know what you think of the production. I absolutely will, sir. I absolutely will. Thank you. Anybody who takes their time to write songs for me, I mean, I got to check them out, right? And I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's great. All right, guys, I have to end tonight with Rooster. I got to do karaoke. It got paid for. So I got to do it. Oh, God. 6 minutes. Can I skip the musical parts?
No, you must sit there
Because
and act like you're
we got to get through this shit.
the front man of Alice in Chains. Get ready for this shit.
I
It's
really
so
can't sing
fucking
rock
bad.
music. I can barely sing country music, so this is going to be bad.
Mind you, no. You pride yourself a karaoke singer, much like your idol Anthony Cumia, who I was shown a video of Anthony doing Alice in Chains' Rooster 12 years ago. And despite of Anthony Cumia's all his flaws, the one thing he is good at is he actually has a fucking voice. Not Aaron, though. I mean, this is about to be... If you like Alice in Chains, if you like this song Rooster, you're about to be so fucking offended at this attempt. Get ready.
Here they come. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, here come the rooster. Yeah. I can't yell sing. I can't regular sing. You know he ain't gonna die. My voice is cracking all over. Damn you for sending me.
I mean, you've seen this before from a guy who's so uncomfortable. He has to explain during the karaoke set as to why he isn't doing good, as opposed to just singing it or not singing it. Look, if you're not good at something, just don't sing it. Even though this might have been requested by somebody, just say, look, man, no. If somebody requested me to sing something right now, hey, Blade, why don't you sing Limp Bizkit's The Nookie? I'd say, hey, Why don't you go sing it, film it, and then send it in to us so we can make fun of you singing it, you fucking stupid bitch. This is my show. Aaron gets cucked into these wild stunts to which they can't be achieved. Singing the rooster. Only one singer is able to really do that, and that's Lane Staley, R.I.P. And eating Velveeta cheese. Like, how are you getting bitched into doing these absurd stunts? All the meanwhile saying Nick Rekieta's lost and he's done. Look, Nick Rekieta has a lot of problems, but he don't got to sing the rooster or eat a block of Velveeta cheese for $27.99. Nick can make $2,000 while denying the fact that he ever did cocaine one night and, admit that he just ate some he just got into some cookies. Look at your fucking face. You disgust me, Imholte.
My voice is cracking all over.
His voice is cracking all over. Check this out. Sorry, the video is a little choppy. Don't worry, we'll fix that.
Damn you for sending me this. No, no, no. No, he ain't gonna die.
Ooh! No, he ain't gonna die.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. That song is so much music.
Wow, so he edited it out. He edited it out. He did the whole song, but he edited the entire thing out? Wow. Holy shit. Right?
Country music, so this is gonna be bad.
Look, this is the start of the song. And then it just jumps.
So this is gonna be bad.
And look, it just jumps to 3.5 minutes in.
Here they come. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, here come the rooster. Yeah. I can't yell sing. I can't regular sing.
I can't yell sing, he says.
No, he ain't gonna die. My voice is cracking all over. Damn you for sending me this.
All right, so that's Aaron's great attempt at singing The Rooster by Alice in Chains. And I didn't know he edited out most of that segment. Now we're going to get to the great cheesening from yesterday. Again, you ever catch me eating cheese or dipping my face in ranch or lathering blue cheese all over my hair for $20? You got me all the way fucked up. Let's check it out. This is Aaron and his cheese. This will be the last thing we do, guys. Thank you so much for watching here today. Make sure to hit the like on the way out. Make sure to subscribe. Do whatever you got to do. The whole YouTuber shebang. And we'll be back on probably sometime this weekend. Again, we got maybe 2 more shows here at Studio K. And then we will be back live from the mothership. Thank you for bearing with me here this month as, we get through until we're back at home base. Without further ado, this is Aaron's The Cheesening moment. His transformation into becoming the rat is taking place right in front of our eyes. Aaron the Rat, this segment's probably pretty much for you.
Tonight at 11.
Doom!
Boy, is that
so much of it shouldn't be edible, like Velveeta cheese.
Dude, I've had a thing of Velveeta cheese in the back of my fridge for over a year. I keep forgetting to throw it out. Should I go grab it and see what kind of shape it's in?
It's got to be like dried out and moldy.
You want to see?
Yeah.
Should we see how the Velveeta cheese is doing? See how.
So mind you, he says right at the beginning, he's had this block of Velveeta cheese for over a year. It's actually going to come out that he's only had it for about 6 months. So why he keeps saying he's had this for a year is beyond me. But let's listen.
Because if it's normal cheese.
If it's normal for a Velveeta cheese brick, then that is a bad sign.
But like if it's normal cheese, it would be like disintegrated almost at this point.
No, if it was normal cheese, your fridge would reek of decay right now.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little morning show shock jock thing here. I'm going to show the Velveeta cheese thing. You know what I ask for? If we're going to do a fun little shock jock bit,
This is fun shock jock material, by the way. This is what guys like Stern and Mancow and Opie and Anthony and Ron and Fez, Mike Calta, Bubba the Loves. This is all the shock jocks. This is what they were doing. They were eating blocks of cheese for their morning show.
The Velveeta cheese thing. You know what I ask for? If we're going to do a fun little shock jock bit, donos, contributions, money, knock the goal down. Let's get it to a more advisable number. And I'm going to go get the Velveeta. I'm not going to hold it for ransom. I'm not going to say you got to give us money or we're not doing the Velveeta cheese bit. But if we're doing the Velveeta cheese bit, goodness of your heart, gift a few subs, throw a few bucks at the toe. I'd appreciate it. Johnny, you take over for a minute. I'll go grab that year-old Velveeta cheese that I keep forgetting to throw away, and we'll see what kind of shape it's in.
Johnny?
I really want to shame him about the Velveeta cheese, but the truth is I think I have 3 eggs that are spoiled that are sitting in my fridge that have been there for way too long. And I feel even worse because they're eggs. Like those things used to be worth their weight in gold. Now it's not as big a deal. All right, Johnny, since Aaron's gone, do you think somebody?
So, I mean, guys in Minnesota, I guess this is what this clip told me the most is that guys in Minnesota fail to throw away expired food from their fridge and they just leave rotting eggs and cheese blocks in their fridge. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe they like the stench when they open up to grab some milk. Or that might be expired too. It's amazing that there's not more food poisoning stories that are coming out from Minnesota. So Johnny's got 3 spoiled eggs. Aaron's got a spoiled block of cheese. Let's listen.
I don't believe so. He has a block of cheese he's been holding on to for a year. My personal theory, it was an emergency food stuff. When in doubt, he could eat that. But I don't know. We'll find out how bad it is. I really, really don't know how much he'll ask to eat it, but I definitely wouldn't. I'll just say that right now. People are asking how much to taste it, how much to eat it.
Knock out the whole goal.
Lab Glass is calling you out, saying we all know no cheese lasts a year in Aaron's house. It's been 3 days.
I don't like Velveeta. I don't know why I got this. I think it was
Velveeta's not even really cheese.
I think I got it for some kind of dip or something. Here we go. Best when used by date shown, October 28th. Let's see if we can get that to focus. 2024.
Oh, that's
is
bad.
The number. October 18th, 2024. So this is what?
7?
Yeah, about 7 months past date.
Past the time?
Let's take a look. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat.
Got a plug. We got to read our Super Chats as well. Poignant Pachyderm says, for $4.99, thank you, says, Baldo is cringe king. Toe broke my ears, and Melton is a map. Great show. Thank you. Thank you, Poignant. I wanted to get into Melton's return show from last night, but we're not going to have time here today. We'll do that on the next show. Rikiada, I have to agree with all these points. Nick is, I'd say, cringe king. Toe broke a lot of people's ears over the last 3 years. And it's like, I do want to stay. I was mentioning this. I think Jay had put this in the chat the other day. Like, I do enjoy covering Toe still for moments like this, for desperation times like this, where he's so desperate he has to go eat a 6-month expired block of cheese that he's had for a year because he's got nothing else. This is, the most shocking content you'll find on the internet. Or for the times of the arrests and so on and so forth. But, like I said on the last show, it's just so fucking mainstream now where it's just like every show covers it. So it's like, I don't know, it just gets watered down. So maybe we might phase out SteelToe in the next couple of weeks and only cover the big events such as cheese eating. Now he's kind of stealing my bit. Isn't that my bit? Cheese eating. Either which way. Thank you, Poignant. We do appreciate the $4.99. Aaron and his Velveeta. A guy in his cheese block. There's nothing more gayer to do on a podcast. They need expired cheese. Let's watch.
Chats, Rumble Rants.
The box won't even open.
By the way, I am leaving after this to throw this away. All right, it's wrapped up pretty tight. You see that there? Let's open it up. Let's see what over a year old Velveeta cheese. Oh no. Oh, Johnny.
Is it still yellow?
Oh, hold on. Let me open this down here.
Oh, it's just fine.
You're going to shit your pants.
I hope not.
He shows the cheese on cam, and you would think the cheese had was growing hair, maybe had green, pus pockets. So what Melton has on his face is what this cheese was going to have on its surface. Turns out that the block of cheese looks completely normal. I don't know what the big deal is here. He's like, oh, Johnny, you're never going to believe this block.
You're going to shit your pants.
I hope not. Oh.
And it literally just looks like a normal block of cheese. This is like every block of cheese I've ever seen in my life. So it's like, what is the big deal? Johnny, you're never going to believe this. Look at this normal piece of cheese. Whoa.
Oh my God. It's
still it's yellow. It's got some dark spots in here.
Is it even harder? Like it's dried out a bit, or is it still soft and
ready?
squishy?
I'm going to squeeze this part.
Now he's squeezing the cheese.
No, that's not food. Again, these are carbon chains that are just like one thing off away from being plastic. This is
over a year old. It's been sitting in the back of my fridge, and the only reason it's discolored here is because it was open at the end.
To the air. Yeah.
It's over a year old Velveeta cheese. So when we're talking about RFK Jr., it smells like cheese.
Yeah, it
smells like cheese. I mean, I thought it was going to smell like cherries, Tostitos chips, possibly Dr. Pepper soda. I mean, I didn't think it was going to smell and feel and look like cheese. Shocker.
It smells like cheese.
Yeah, it's not.
If the goal gets knocked out, I will take a bite of this. Dude. It doesn't smell spoiled. Anything.
Yeah,
the part that wasn't.
So it looks normal, feels normal, smells normal. To me, it's a normal piece of cheese, right? Not to Aaron. Aaron's going to play this up so much. It's actually sickening. Watch.
Exposed to the air, I will take a bite out of that piece if we knock out today's goal.
And you guys want to knock out that goal, because those of you who are obsessed with the air and eat butter thing, you can AI this to get what you want.
I mean, like I said, 1 year old, and it's still, there's no mold on it.
That's a sign that your body's not meant to digest that, all right? The natural...
Johnny is right. Is like the worst cheese you could eat. It doesn't digest at all, like in your body. It just stays this hard block of yellowy goo. It's very hard for your body to break down Velveeta cheese. And here's Aaron just holding it in hopes that a flood of money will come in. Now, spoiler alert, it does. He gets all the money he wants, which is like $250 to eat a piece of cheese. Now, I think he actually personally ripped off the audience. For $250, it's a piece of cheese. You should be able to eat at least half of that thing. You took a bite and spit it out like a bitch. And then you took a second bite, and it probably was the smallest of small bites that anybody could take on a block of cheese. And you swallowed that, but I don't know, for $250, I think people got ripped off. Let's watch.
Nature can't fucking break that thing
all
down.
All this is here is just air exposure. That's all this part is. This part here,
Johnny's
was covered
yawning.
up and everything. And I was able to squeeze it and pinch it. You know, it's malleable.
This
It's
is why when you're making your dips, your queso, whatever, real fucking cheese, people. Real, not the Velveeta, real cheese.
Hey, Johnny,
Johnny,
I'm not taking any cooking advice from a guy who has 3 spoiled eggs in their fridge. I'm good. I'll pass.
It smells like Velveeta still.
Guys,
and honestly, I probably would have, I would have thought that would have had some marks on it, or it would have had some rot to it, or I didn't expect it to be just completely
rot-free.
I was hoping that there was going to be something somewhere, but nope, never mind. We're good.
And that might be older than a year old, because that expiration date is probably way far out there for Velveeta. I mean, that's probably got a long. Ew.
Exactly, Muted.
That would mean that the Best Buy date would have been 5 months after I bought it. I bet you it's older than that for Velveeta.
Yeah.
So it's probably over a year old. Mint Diggity becoming a member for 6 months says how much.
Yeah, Mint Diggity's everywhere. Tom Myers' chat, this chat.
To eat it. I'll take a bite if we knock out the goal. I'm competitive. I like getting that goal down to 0. We're 210 away for today. So if you want to be a part of it, go ahead. If not, hey, no skin off my ass. I want to preface this with the reason I set the goal as the thing for the cheese eating was because.
What's he doing with his hands on his face? I mean, what is going on? He's like so stressed out. Mind you, this was his idea. The Alice in Chains rooster bit was someone else's idea. The Velveeta cheese eating bit was his idea. The rat bastard that he is. And now he's like stressing out. Look at this.
Hey, no skin off my ass. I want to preface this with the reason I set the goal.
Look at this motherfucker. The reason you set the goal
as the thing for the cheese eating was because I thought the goal was beyond saving today.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes to show if you give the people something they want, they will pay for it.
Right.
And they did not want us talking about plastic.
In most cases, supply and demand, right?
Surgery.
So you're kind of just admitting right there that people on a daily basis really don't give all too much of a fuck about SteelToe's normal topics. They want to see you eat cheese, dip your toes in sour cream. I mean, I don't know, dump milk on your fucking head, do jumping jacks. All this other nonsense is kind of irrelevant.
Or Katy Perry or anything like that. They wanted to see my old Velveeta. Now, can I take a bite of this and go off camera, or do I have to?
I mean, well, come on. Can I take a bite of this and go off camera? What fun would that be?
You got to put it in and see it go down.
I just got to do it, right? Like, I got to not think about it.
Like, because, I mean, let's face it.
So he takes the bite. He gets paid the money. He takes the bite. Now watch this acting here. Mind you, the cheese smells good. Cheese feels good. Cheese looks good. But he takes this bite.
See it go down.
I just got to do it, right? Like, I got to not think about it.
Like, because, I mean.
And immediately.
Let's face it.
Makes a face as if somebody just sharted on his chest. This is the face I had when I was watching, for the first time, 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Or Pain Olympics. This is the same face that I had, not eating Velveeta cheese. No. This is what we call in the business a fake face.
Face it, you're going to enjoy it.
Like he's faking. I mean, look at this.
Both going down and coming up.
Oh, fuck.
He's grabbing a trash can.
I'm going to try to, I'll take one more bite. I'll try to get that down, dude, but
I don't know, man. I want you to try, but I don't think you got it. I don't think you got it in you.
That first one wasn't going down.
Oh, that, like, just when I saw you bite into it, your face immediately, I'm like, all right. 3.
Oh God, the
puke.
So bad.
It's cheese.
Oh God.
You know, it might have been just that piece. You should try the other side. Try the other side of the cheese.
I'm not going to be able to, like, is the bite enough? Because I'm not.
Okay, so originally he just wanted to take a bite, spit it out, and that would be $210 worth for the patrons here. How disrespectful.
Going to be able to get that down. First of all, it's just like the consistency of the cheese. I can't chew it. It's
the mouthfeel is horrible.
No, it's goo.
Mind you, this is what shock jocks do. According to Aaron, this is what a shock jock bit. This was news to me. I never heard no shock jock in my day eating anything, let alone Velveeta cheese.
I'm eating goo.
Oh boy.
I can't swallow. Like, people are saying, you got to swallow. Like, charge back your money. Because this ain't going down. All right, hold on.
Takes one more bite. Look at this. Aaron the Rat. Where you at, Aaron the Rat? I'm telling you, he's transformed. He's full rat now. He is a full cheese-eating rat fuck. You know, this is how I picture Aaron the Rat, the chatter in our chat room. Actually, this is what I think he looks like. Yikes, man.
You can do it.
And we're watching SteelToe mukbang.
Cannonball.
This is insane.
You're green,
He is
you're
King
not too
Rat.
far in between.
Coach Scott would be so proud.
I did it. Oh, God.
Shit, riding dirty llama, swallow fast.
That's what I tried to do. I just tried to mush it up as much as I could and get it down the hatch.
Oh, I'm going to be grossed out all day if I think about that. I'm going to blank this moment from my memory. Oh, boy.
Johnny's so scarred, he has to blank this moment from his memory. Now, mind you, it's a guy eating cheese. This isn't, again, Pain Olympics. This isn't Aaron, sticking a knife down his throat. This isn't Aaron, taking a cockroach like they did in Fear Factor. Remember Joe Rogan's Fear Factor? And they used to eat the heads of the cockroaches and then eat the, asses of a snake. And then, get a whole bunch of, horn beetles. Is that what they were called? Those big fucking green hornworms. Not horn beetles, hornworms. And they would eat those and they would explode everywhere on the camera. It was the most sickest fucking thing. This is not what's happening. Aaron it just ate a decent piece of cheese.
I'm going to blank this.
Johnny's so lost. He's so perplexed here. He's got to blank this moment from his memory.
This moment from my memory.
As he yawns. We caught you, Johnny. Don't you think? Look, I'm watching everything. I'm watching attentively here. We caught you yawning, Johnny. And this is a boring segment on SteelToe. Trust me. This is a guy who has nothing left to offer. Let me eat cheese. Let me sing Alice in Chains. What else you want me to do, guys? You want me to clean with Windex my sign? I'll use Windex to clean my sign. How's that? I'll clean my sign.
Day if I think about that. I'm I'm gonna blank this moment from my memory. Oh boy. Your butthole's gonna hate you later.
He ate one little piece of cheese. He didn't eat the whole block. He didn't eat bad seafood. It was one little piece of cheese.
I don't know if it's going to make it to that part.
Really?
I think it might come back up.
Dude, because whatever little bacteria there was.
Now he's fake and throwing up again. I mean, again, it's cheese,
I think
guys.
it might come back up.
Dude, because that's because whatever little bacteria there was breaking that down is now just replicating in your mouth like crazy.
Shut up!
It is
off!
A germ orgy in your gums.
Oh.
If I can get him to pop, somebody needs to Venmo me cash.
Oh, what can I eat after the show to make that not
ass? I don't know.
Stank puss.
What? Aaron's like, what can I eat after the show to get this taste out of my mouth? Johnny's like, I don't know, boss. Ass. Aaron's like, I'll do you one better. Stank puss. Mind you, this is a 38-year-old father of 3. I seriously can't wait until the day his children's friends, the children's friends, all go up to the Charlotte and Louie and the other one who I don't know the name of with their phones and like, hey, why is your daddy saying things like this?
I don't know.
Stank puss.
Like, that is fucking edgy as shit. That is fucking edgy material. Stank puss.
Ass? I don't know.
Stank puss.
Stank puss.
Whoa.
Ass? I don't know.
Stank puss.
Oh,
hey, cool show,
man.
guys. Cool show,
dude.
Yeah, you're not going to. You ate something that is not really a food product well after its expiration date.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I bet you the cheese is perfectly. I bet you the cheese. So we're supposed to believe that Slam Piece designs and fixes all his studios and cleans the house when she's over, but she doesn't go through the refrigerator and throw out old shit. No. I'm not buying it. I think that is a perfectly good piece of cheese that you completely acted like a fucking complete idiot for $200. This is what this man will do for $200.
You ate something that is not really a food product well after its expiration date. And like I said, whatever bacteriums were living on there weren't enough to take it down. Your digestive tract is supposed to be able to.
All right, thanks for the science lesson, Johnny. Nobody actually gives a rat's fuck. Maybe Aaron the Rat does. Guys, that is going to do it for us here. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone here today. Hit the like button on the way out. Have a great Wednesday evening. Have a great rest of your weeks. We'll be back here sometime this weekend, like I mentioned. 1 or 2 more shows left here at Studio K until we're back where we belong at the mothership. Cushing says Sam V doesn't even own a mop. He's from Canoga Park. I don't know where that check. He's from Canoga Park, California. Look it up. Wow. Docs! I don't know that to be true, Cush King. I don't know that to be true. But if so, that's some beta-ass behavior. Nonetheless, make sure you guys fight each other on the way out. Hit the like button. Do what you got to do. Stay safe out there. And, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything. The whole spiel we do. Most importantly, stay black. And I'd like to thank you to all the supporters here on today's show, from Poignant Pachyderm to Aaron the Rat, the Nice Podcast Stupid to NJ Ranger. We thank you all for supporting this show continuously. It means the world to us. If you want to contribute after the show, the links are in the description. If not, hit the dislike button on your way out, you sandbagging son of a bitch. Thank you to all our mods here today. Jay, we had K. I think we had them all, besides Who am I missing? Dayla. I don't think Dayla was here, but thank you to Jay. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to K McDuck, Jeff Closer. And am I missing anyone else? If I did, winby2radio@gmail.com. You can file your grievance there. Thank you to our mods, as always. Thank you, mods. And have a great rest of your day, if not for nothing else. We'll be back this weekend. We'll see you next time. Thank you. I've been your host, Blade. Stay black. And we'll see you next time. Thank you. Goodbye.